I'm back! Oh my god, I'm back! I say as if I'm not gonna vanish for another week and a week from now, but, oh, so weird to not be here! Hi! Hello! I missed you all, which is a strange thing to say. I missed streaming. So strange. I think this was correct me if I'm wrong, this may have been the longest time I have ever gone between streams. I don't think I've gone more than a full week before between streams. Have I? I think when I moved, I might have gone something comparable just because internets weren't working, but oh my god. It is good to be back. It was so strange. Let me tell you, fast, quick, it's been such a crazy month for me, and not just June, not just noon, or not just June. The end of May, end of this month has been wild. I, in 1 week, streamed for way more hours than usual, attended a funeral, attended a wedding, and then immediately following that have celebrated about 4 different birthdays. It is now Pride Month. Construction occurred directly through the floor for me, and now it's actually occurring through the wall for me, but it's not as loud now, so you guys can't hear it, so theoretically we should be fine. You let me know if you can hear it though, because I think you can't, but let me know if you can. Celebrated a birthday yesterday, so stream was rearranged. This week is gonna be as normal as we can make it, but then next week I'm going on Shroomate family vacation. So I won't be here at all next week. And then after that, everything will be normal for the rest of the summer. There's no more weird miscellaneous stuff on weekends or any of that craziness. So we should go back to our usually scheduled squeeging promptly the last week of June. So what a wild time, but I feel like this is how it is in the summer for everyone. I'm gonna put together, just like for a goof, a list of potential, I don't want to say babysitters, but like substitute teachers. If you guys are feeling the lack of Squiiji next week, I'll put together a list of substitute teachers maybe, if you need something to watch in my absence. But, oh boy, it'll be normal. It'll be normal soon, hopefully. Oh, we're getting peak. Arc System's making a Marvel fighting game, and they made Iron Man a Gundam. Oh, for real? Hell yeah. I'm happy to hear that. That's a relief to me. Man, they gotta work out that guy's silhouette, but going the Gundam route for him sounds fantastic. That sounds so good. Also, thank you guys for welcoming me back. At least no summer homework. That's true. I don't have to do any grading, and you don't have to do any homework now, which is so nice. It's so nice. However, it is much harder right now. I thought it was gonna be easier to schedule private consultations with the shroommates who are in need of those things. Turns out everyone's having as wild a time as I am, which is like, I've had an unprecedented quantity of cancellations. So if you are somewhere soon, or I will probably be contacting a bunch of people for, hey, there's a bunch of miscellaneous random slots that have opened back up, which I totally understand people needing to cancel or postpone. But I'm like, everything keeps changing. Times are changing. There's so much going on. But you know, I am happy to have stream. I will tell you, I am the kind of person who so thoroughly, I like consistency. I know they say variety is the spice of life, but let me tell you, if every one of my weeks from now until forever could be more or less built on the same framework, you know, every once in a while we can have a week that's different, but like built on the same framework, I would eat the same thing for dinner for months and months and months, willingly. Maybe it's the neurodivergence, but like, I don't like that everything has been different and all over the place and here and there and having to change my schedule there and doing this and doing that and rescheduling and construction to the floor and I like control. I like knowing what's going on. Yeah, variety is only the spice of life if most of your days are consistent. That's true, I guess. My days are consistent and I still don't always want that much variety. Like, I get out and touch grass, and I do fun things still. Weekends are for variety. Weekdays are for consistency for me. That's how I like it, maybe is the way to put it. Do whatever insanity on the weekends is necessary. Have fun, do all kinds of crazy stuff. But Monday to Friday, I want to be exactly the same way. They always are. I don't like modification. Is there any way to do your VGen private consultations but not in a voice chat? Yeah, we can do it. I've done it plenty of times through just like text chat. Or like I have recorded just like a half an hour of my thoughts of me saying the stuff I would have said out loud. Or we can do like text chat. Yeah, those are options. I've done both of those things. Yeah. Drop the Iron Man design and live suggestions. The Gundam V-Fin goes hard. Wait, okay, you're not kidding. It is straight up fully Gundam. Hang on, where is it? Live suggestions? Straight up fully Gundam? Oh my god, it is. The power of the V-Fin on the forehead to add the silhouette cannot be understated. Cannot be understated at all. Hell yeah. Thank you. Lost the other tooth. Oh, the other day because it was Starburst. Baby tooth, but cursed with having baby teeth for longer than everyone else. I understand that. I had baby teeth, a couple of them, until I was 16. And I had to have the doctor, the dentist, forcibly remove a couple of them. They were like, all right, they're not coming out manually on their own. My turn. Let me in there. Fingies in your mouth. Yoink. Like spicy, give me change just sucks. But change when you're adult is usually because something's going wrong. Yeah, maybe that's more so what I mean when I'm saying like, I like consistency, but that's probably because all of the non-consistency in my life is like, wow, you're attending events that were either things you just found out about like 3 days ago and therefore didn't have enough time to prepare for it, or it's like unfortunate circumstance. Like, I don't even know what they were doing below me still. I don't actually even have any idea. The construction they were doing below me, I have no clue what it was. There was randomly a pipe that appeared in the basement coming through the ceiling in the basement that was routing into our wash tub sink. and had like a red, like cherry red semi-transparent liquid coming out of it ever so slowly for a long time. What is that? What is that? What does that mean? What is that? I don't know. And they were running like a table saw for hours and hours and hours and hours. Why? What were you doing? Did you taste it? No, but you can if you really want to. I have a little bit of self-preservation, just a little bit, just tad, just tad. I didn't really have an opportunity to sleuth it out. But that seems to be finally over with. There is some more hammers happening through the wall, I think, but hopefully it won't be too much. EG maxing. We're not as EG maxed as we were a couple weeks ago, but don't worry, you'll get plenty of EG this week. Also, Joby is here. Hi, Joby.
Hi. There you go.
Oh, did you not get yourself anything?
No.
You didn't have to do that.
They were kind of expensive.
How much was it?
Like, I didn't want to break another build again.
Wait.
It wasn't that big of a deal.
What? Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I hope it'll be good. This is a wild cup also. Is this a reusable boba cup? That's crazy. They're saying hi, Joby, by the way. I am live. You didn't notice. Joby has appeared and has brought me boba in a very kind move. I feel bad. Joby was gonna get boba with a friend this morning, and I was working. I had consultation, so I couldn't go with to get my own, and I was like, hey, Flipsio 5, could you buy me one? But now Joby has dropped the friend off at the train station and brought me the tea, but didn't get one themselves. I feel a little bad. Now, you can sniff Joby if you want, I guess. Let's see. It looks like is this taro?
Yeah, that's taro. But I asked for taro, like, bubble tea, and they were like, do you want taro milk tea? And I was like, I don't know
Yeah.
the difference. No big whoop dog.
That's okay. You should taste it at least.
I'll take a sip.
Take a zippy. Love taro. I love me a good purple liquid.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, not bad. Oh, thanks. There we go. Wish we had boba shops nearby. I will say, when I was living in the frozen tundra of the north months ago, none. It didn't exist. None at all. No boba anywhere. Actually, there was a boba place, but it was bad. It was gross, too sweet. Billy and I went there once, and Joby and I had gone there once or twice, and it was gross, icky. This one, I'll tell you a secret. It's not as good as the one we usually get, and it sounds like it was more expensive, so now I know not to go back to this place. But it's not bad. But there's a couple good places around me. I like living near a city now, because now there is boba, and it's around. 20 boba places within a 30-minute walk of me, if not more. I would say there's... Within a 30-minute walk of us, I'd say there's at least 5 of them. 5 places that sell it. Not that they're inherently a boba place, but they do sell it. But the best place is still one of the places I went to in undergrad. They had a flavor that was avocado flavored. It really didn't taste like avocado, but it was so good. It was so good. It was kind of matcha adjacent, to be honest. It was very earthy, which I liked. Love taro, but it irritates my throat. What? How does it irritate your throat? That's interesting. Huh. Based on picky eaterness, I wouldn't go to. For taro doesn't really, it tastes like sweet. It's the kind of flavor that will pair well with like a cinnamon, perhaps, if that, like it's not like a very strong flavor in and of itself. It doesn't taste like yams or potatoes. It's good though. Yeah, it's sweet. It's a little bit earthy. Nutty maybe? Yeah, I guess nutty might be one of the words for it. I really don't know how to describe it. Black milk tea and taro mix is the best. See, that does sound good also. Oh, the closest thing to a boba shop I have near me is a nasty stand in the mall. Oh, okay, then I maybe don't go there. Yeah, this is a blessed day for me to have a little bit of boba here. I got like all kinds of good beverage right now, which is nice. I will say though, boba while streaming is maybe a little bit difficult because now I have things in my mouth I have to chew if I get a sip. Yummy. Oh, Rokobug, thank you for gifting us up to the Real Art Fun. That was really kind of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we rotate for a Rokobug, pretty please? Are you rescuing? Wish I could sub. I can't because I'm broke. So kind of you to rescue Rokobug. Thank you. What a good day. Today is our virtual Monday. Virtual Monday is now a Tuesday. We have boba, we have kindness, we have critiques. Truemates, I feel like that's all I've done. When was the last time I did something that wasn't a VTuber design critique? Is that all I've done for like weeks now? I feel like. Because I didn't get to do any of my critiques or any of my other usual stuff last week. Is that all it's been for a minute? Fungi back to third. No, actually no. So this will be my, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is my 5th stream in a row of just VTuber design critiques. That's wild. Because we did 3 in a row for charity. We did 1 last week, and that was our only stream we got to have last week. And now we're back today. I figure you guys aren't complaining. I'm not complaining either. Don't get me wrong. I am not complaining about it either. But that's all we've done for now almost 3 weeks. So theoretically, Thursday I am also looking forward to variety, spice of life, miscellaneous doing other things. We're finally, actually we're rescuing Incinda on Thursday because Incinda can't make it for Friday's stream, I don't think. So we wanted to make sure we can do it when Incinda can be here. We're rescuing Incinda from 3D model betrayal. We're gonna do a Vroid speedrun. I'm gonna teach how to use Vroid. And then on Friday, we're talking about Arknights. We've done a funny little rearrange. This week's all kinds of weird. Nothing is on the day it usually is on. VTuber Design Critiques on a Tuesday? On Tuesday in it? Then also, we're doing our Friday thing on Thursday and doing our usual Thursday talk about characters on Friday. What can you do? Fate Characters Review when? I think Fate is the game that's replacing Arknights in the poll. So theoretically, maybe soon. It might be one of the next. It might be one of the next 4 to go. Potentially, maybe soon. Maybe, potentially. But yeah. So that housekeeping. Let me housekeep just fast, quick, really super quick housekeeping here, which is that 1 warning I mentioned earlier. I will not be here next week. If any of you are, if there's any pressing needs of certain things, I will still be looking at my email while I'm on vacation, which is not great, but I kind of have to. I will still be working on some commission work while I'm gone too. I'm bringing my laptop because you can do Blender work on laptop, but there's no consultation scheduled for next week. There's just making sure everyone is aware. I will probably not be able to check in the Discord also next week, just because we'll be busy. Yeah. But, so that's first housekeep. Second housekeep is that Miku. I hope you guys have been working hard on your Clown Miku crits, or your Clown Miku work, because Clown Miku designs are due. Let me check to make sure I have the day right. Clown Miku crits are due the week after I get back, I believe. I think she's due, it's in my announcements. She is due, yeah, June 25th. I don't know what day of the week that is, but June 25th is when she's due. And I'm not done mine yet, so don't worry. I have been like the worst, not even procrastinator. It's not procrastinating when you have other things you have to do, but I gotta get mine done. Yeah, it's a Wednesday. It's not next Wednesday, it's 2 Wednesdays from now, I think. Or 3 technically, because tomorrow's Wednesday. So make sure you get your Clown Mikus done. I've been snooping on them, they're so cool. I can't wait to stream with Yam to go over all of them. I have loved getting to be a part of this challenge, it's so good. So I'm excited to see all of those. So make sure you get your Mikus done. Also, by sort of popular request, there is now an area in the Discord server where if you have any questions about how to get a critique or any of those kinds of things, anything even remotely relating critiques and Squiiji in like the same concept, there is now a place you can go in the Discord server to find that. And I'm going to make it a command. I haven't made it a command yet, because I don't really know what to label the command, because critique, the current command we have for it is to bring up the submission form. So I don't want to change that, so we'll make a new one for it. But it contains popularly asked questions, just general details and stuff like that. So if you have been looking for answers to questions about that kind of stuff, I can pop, let me see, can I create an invite just for this? Yes, I can. There we go. Here. If you have had any questions about the critiques, here is a Discord invite that goes directly to that place. If you are not in the Discord server already, if you would like to be, you are welcome to be. And then secondarily, that is the place where it is. It is design critique info. It's got info on best practices for critiques, how to submit to the critiques, all the different options for critiques, a little bit of info on what avenues there are and what the wait times are for certain things, and some questions that can be answered. I have made a character design terminology document that I am currently still updating, that I also, in our housekeeping here, would like you guys to answer some questions for me. Crit FAQ is a good one. Okay, yeah, that might be a good one for it. Let me write that down. Crit FAQ. There we go. So for a long time, a while ago, it was asked of me to create sort of like a character design terminology, like key, I guess, like a nice document where I can explain all the terms that I often use. Oh, hello, we've been raided. Oh, hi, Freeform. What's up? What's going on, slimes? What's going on, my slime? Hello. Hi, Slime Raid. Welcome in, fellas. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we're doing some VTuber design critiques for the 5th day in a row, more or less. But right now I'm doing some housekeeping. Hello. Thank you, bots, for getting the shout out. Let's see. What were you up to, Freeform? How was your stream? I see recently streamed was art, maybe? Were you doing a little bit of art, mayhaps? Hi, slimes. Hello. Wow, that is so rainbow. Oh my gosh, wait, is that all the slimes like building up in layers? Art day for the 5th day in a row. You and me both. You and me both. 5th day in a row for me doing the crits because we had a goofy end of the week last week. It seems like art's the way right now. It's not gonna end because July is art fight, so it's just gonna be art and more art and art and more art and more art and more art. It never ends. There will be nothing but art. Rosebud, thank you for following. Also, I appreciate it. Yay, art? Yeah. When you say art, it sounds like a seal. Art. Art. Oh, no, you're making me make animal noises now. Completed picture every day except for today. Had to end stream early because of dog issues. Oh no! I hope your dog's okay. Good luck. That's mighty respectable getting so much like work done. But I hope your dog is okay. Art never ends. No, it doesn't. This is true. I am doing art fight, and I may for art fight not draw. I was talking with Billy about how for art fight I might do some 3D modeling. I might make some really like goofy, little quick, low poly models for art fight potentially, maybe. Because I have had to do so much drawing that I'm kind of stressed out about it right now, and I just want to make goofy little things, and they can be kind of quick, and they can be kind of cute, and not overwhelming. I think that's the goal. Is your name there the same as here? It is! My Squiiji account has done 2 years of art fight, and this will be the 3rd year of Squiiji art fight. But I've been doing art fight miscellaneously. I've missed a couple years, but I think this will be my 5th year having done art fight, period. Yeah. Quick, catch the seal? No. Also, I saw somebody saying to clip that. I can't stop you if you do, but why? Why would you do that? Don't do that to me. It is a lot of fun, though. If you need excuses to draw things, art fight is very good. You can draw other people's characters, and other people draw your characters. I honestly cannot recommend it more highly. It's gotten very weird, I will say, lately with some of like the TikTokification of art fight, but like, if you go into art fight with the goal being, I want to draw things for people, you will not be disappointed. It's just a good event to encourage you to draw things for people and potentially also make some friends and talk to some people and break the ice and all of that good stuff. Yeah, last year's drama was crazy though. I have no clue what it was. I have no clue. There was drama. Horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. It didn't reach me. Oh boy. So all the rules around tags had gotten a bit odd. Oh, do you mean in terms of like the actual like hosting of the event had drama? I was really like totally checked out from that. I didn't pay attention. All I did was draw people. That's all I do. That's all the more involved I get. I see design I like, I draw it. That's really it. Parakita, thank you for following. Social interaction. Yeah, but like, social interaction, but with a little bit of grease to it. A little bit of a thing to grease the wheel, so you're more likely to try it, right? Like, you already have an excuse, which is that you're drawing a thing for them, And then they can say, oh, cool thing, and you can say, oh, I like your thing too. To speak to each other, yeah. Oh no, people, no. No. Don't oh no people. Don't oh no people. You should talk to people, that's good for you. It is good for your health to speak to other beings, I promise. Greasy social interaction wasn't the most convincing description. No, the interactions aren't greasy. I'm saying that it greases the wheels of interacting with people. It makes it easier, right? Good you didn't see. A lot of craziness. Hang on, let me see. A lot of craziness with the art fight staff and not much honestly with how the money was being used. Things got cleared up for this year. Oh, okay. That's, actually I feel like I did hear a little bit slightly about that, but like, man, I hope it is actually solved for this year because that kind of sucks. That's not good. Rushing Gaster, thank you for following. Oh, you did clip the seal shroom. No. I'm gonna sound a little bit like a Freddy Fazbear. No. Greasy oiled? No greasy conversation. Shh. It's okay. No. You guys are goofy. Anyways, I was trying to say something earlier and I forgot, but also, freeform, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. Thank you guys for stopping by, and I will take good care of you if you are staying. However, please look after yourself first and foremost. The thing I was trying to say for housekeeping that I forgot and tangented and ended up talking about art fight about was I'm making a character design terminology key, and if there are potentially phrases that I use, or just phrases in general that are used in art when talking about character design that you are not familiar with, or you hear me use and you're like, E.G., what the heck does that mean? You are welcome to tell me. Actually, you can even tell me right now. Just send me words in the chat right now if you don't know what the words are. Yay. Oh no, your caption said drinking and smoking. No, don't drink and smoke! No, don't drink and smoke. Snork me, and eat and drink is actually what I wanted. So the phrases that I have defined right now in my list, I have ladder test, I have rendering, silhouette, spot blacks, tangents, value, visual weight, and then Watsonian versus Doylist frameworks. Those are the things that I have defined. If there are other terms that you are unfamiliar with that I tend to use while I'm live, that might be good. Negative space? Sure, I can put negative space in there. Let me figure out A, B, C, D, E, F, G, N. It goes here. Nope, hang on, it goes here, actually. Yep, we can add negative space. That's a good one. We got spot black in there already. Anti-disestablishmentarianism? That's not an art word. I don't think I'm at liberty to be somebody who has the jurisdiction to to say that. Put in words? I don't need to define for you what a word is. I don't think I need to. The classic ACAB? Yeah, I can define ACAB for you in my character design terminology list. Why not? Spot black is here. What is psychic damage? I could put psychic damage in here because it's a phrase I tend to use and I could define how I'm using it. My new word choice. Be confused by asymmetry. Okay, we can put, I'll put asymmetrical balance in maybe. Because that tends to be how we are describing something, or just like asymmetry. Maybe I'll just put asymmetry. Color layer, multiply layer. Those aren't really terms. Those are just different. Those are just different layers I use in Clip Studio. Though I guess if people don't know what I'm referencing when I talk about them, I could. Define Squiiji 3D. I define Squiiji 3D all the time. Freelance artist, Fungi, art educator. That's the definition. Hue, saturation, value. We do have value. I could put, you know what I should put in here? I should put chroma. I use that word not infrequently, and I feel like people don't know what I mean when I say that. Chroma is essentially, it's saturation, but kind of perceived saturation. So chroma, I think, is a good one. I'm not defining concrete. I think you know that. Chroma, luma, pictos. No. No, false. Contrast. I could put contrast in, if people aren't familiar with contrast. Because that's one that we often need. Define Squidward games? Huh? Well, I don't have a definition for squids. That's just a guy that exists. Jubby and I were doing a trivia game in the car ride to where we went over the— oh, I didn't even tell you what I did over the weekend. We gotta get there also. Sorry, we're gonna do Yap. I have had to be so locked in for the crits we've done previously that I wasn't able to Yap. Guys, I haven't gotten to like Yap in like 2 weeks now. I gotta Yap a little bit here today. You better be ready for the usual Squiiji hour of speak. Yeah, just a little Yapathon here to get us started. Define Yap, sure. Don't worry, dangerous and safe ladder will be— oh, I should put that in the ladder test area, but yeah, so I will have to Yap about a couple things. But in Jubby and my drive over the weekend, we were doing a, like, just a little, like, trivia game to keep the brain sharp and active on a long drive through partial rain. And one of the questions, they were on these little, like, cards, and they would have 4 questions on them, and it was supposed to be stuff that's, like, all, like, man, I should have known that kind of things. And they would range wildly from things like what happened on September 1st, September 1st, 2001. I kept trying to say September, what, hang on, wait. Dates. September 9/11. What am I doing? What happened on 9/11? And it was like September 11th, 2001. I don't know why I'm saying days improperly. I had to sit through all those things in class in school growing up. Like, that was one level of the question, but then there'd be a question which would have something so wildly like, what is the 4th biggest airport in the world? And we were like, huh? Why would I know that? Why is that? What do you mean that's common knowledge? Anyways, one of the questions on it was, what is a hedgehog? LAX? I don't remember. I think it might have been Chicago, but I don't remember. I don't remember what it was already. We went through way too many. But, what is a hedgehog? And I was like, what? What do you mean, what is a hedgehog? An animal? Like, in what context do you want to know what a hedgehog is? Like, do you want to know, like, animal? Guy with spikes? A hedgehog is a hedgehog? Like, how do you define a hedgehog? Chocolate? Yeah, I don't know. Hog in the hedge? The answer they wanted, I think, was that they're, like, adjacently related to rodents or something. And I was like, huh? Yeah, no, not the metal roadblock either. But yeah, like, good point. Like, it could have been that. They didn't give me any context for it. And some questions were just so weirdly phrased. It was goofy, but it was fun. Well, they're blue, wear red shoes, have spikes, they run fast. That's true, but that's not really what they are. That's more of a visual analysis of what they look like. I don't know. What is a hedgehog but a miserable pile of spikes? More or less. But I was like, what the heck kind of question is that? We got so brain dead by the end of that drive that I was the one reading all the questions and Joby was answering them first. And Joby was forgetting the start of the question before I'd finish reading the question. So I would say, like, hey Joby, what color is a sapphire? This is an exact example. What color is a sapphire? And Joby was like, quartz. And I was like, what? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? They didn't remember what the question was. They thought the question was, what are they made of? And yeah, it's sapphire colored. Duh, it's blue. Don't sapphires come in a bunch of colors? They do! Also, which is what my issue with the question is also, there's more than one color of sapphire, but I guess classically we do associate sapphire with being a blue color. Anyways, weird trivia stuff. Were there any other words that I use? Just slightly back on track. Were there any other words that I use often on stream that a definition for would be beneficial, perhaps? Dabba dee, dabba die. Blue. Yeah, I'm not blue. I am gold. Gary? I don't think I need to define Gary particularly. I think this guy is like defining a hedgehog. I don't think that's useful. Learned from Mary-kun that the Japanese word for hedgehog is spiky rat. Is it really? Interesting. Yeah, Silhouette is in here already. I do have Silhouette, thankfully. Having trouble thinking of others. See, I had trouble thinking of them, but that's because I know the answers. And like trying to think of what ones I had trouble with when I was learning hasn't been particularly fruitful for me or helpful. So, I don't know. Our word is technically just spiky pig. Ah. See, yeah, I guess that is fair. Hello, computer, what are you doing? Discord's doing some like weird pop-up nonsense that I don't understand. Dog, I'm not gonna lie, such a peculiar, unique model style in a good way. Thank you, I appreciate it. I made it myself. I am a 3D modeler. Thank you. Visual weight, I do have visual weight in here. So the stuff that I have is asymmetry, chroma, contrast, ladder test, negative space, rendering, silhouette, spot blacks, tangents, value, visual weight, and Watsonian versus Doyleist frameworks. We can point him out as crits go on if you want. Ah, see, that's maybe a good way of doing it. Oh, hello. Funny to see you here. Yeah, maybe we do that. Oh, my model doesn't usually gradate through colors like this. This is just a redeem. I usually have a fixed color palette. Don't worry, it doesn't always feel like we're on drugs here in the stream state. One of these things is not like the other? Are you talking about the word definitions?
Gary here. Hopefully Mobot won't try to eliminate me again. I am undefined and cannot be stopped.
That's true, Gary. You cannot be stopped. I don't know why they would want to stop you anyway. But yeah, no. You cannot be stopped, no. Yeah, we can't see the whole Squiiji now. Not always like we're on drugs here. I would say it's never like we are. This is a family-friendly shroomate area here. And I would consider that not very family-friendly, mayhaps. I don't know. Yeah, hang on. I was in a thought and then Gary interrupted me. Gary, you gotta learn to speak when I'm not speaking, maybe. Oh, one of these things is not like the others. Yeah, the Watsonian versus Doyleist framework is definitely not like the others. But I reference that, wow, often enough that I feel the need to explain it. And I also needed to make sure I knew which one was which, because I had a tendency to accidentally forget who was which part of it, which doesn't make sense because I should know which one is which based on the names, but I got it now, yeah. Yeah, it is funny to go from ladders asymmetry to Watsonian versus Doyleist frameworks. So, we will try and take note today as we go through crits of wow! If anything we have. And yeah, I do have tangent on there, Callie, I do. And I have some very good examples for tangents. I have my 9 classic ones, and then Bleak had also given us the Schweitzer guide to spotting tangents, which is also very good. So there are some answers in there. They're there. Don't worry. They're there. Well, Clip's leaderboard update. Alive to Thrive is now at the top of the Clip leaderboard. Twitch really wanted me to know that immediately. Oh, bye, Moss. Moss, don't worry. We'll make sure we ensure that you're here when we get to your crit also. Bullet Head. I could define Bullet Head maybe. That's one of those like funny ones that comes over from, I think there was, I don't remember where I first heard that. That might be there was a VTuber who made tutorials for Vroid in like 2020, 2021-ish or something, that used that term. I don't know if this term, I don't know how broadly used this term is, but I use it all the time in character design. Usually, professors will just say that the head is lacking distinction. I like bullet head, it's a visual term. It sounds really funny. It's a live 2D rig term, that's where I've heard it. Oh really? Okay. So it exists outside of that. First in regards to viewerage from a YouTuber. Yeah, I was trying to think of who it was. Was it? I feel like it came from Argama Witch is who I heard that from? But that might not be right. I feel like there may have been someone else I had heard it from. I can't recall though. But yeah, so it came from somewhere. Focal point, I mean, I could define things like focal point and stuff like that. Also, I could just define all of the terms that I use in my rubric, more or less, if I wanted to. Oh, feel so bad. I'm the red-haired sheep in your thumbnail, but done a complete 180 and rebranded. Feels so much better with myself. Still feel free to use the submitted one as an example, though. Oh my gosh, would you like us to critique your current design? We can absolutely critique your new design if you would like. You were just next in the queue. one of our lovely shroommates, Edward, had donated to the charity and said to pull 2 of the oldest ones we had, and you were one of the oldest ones that we had in there too. So you were one of the 2 for the final finale of the charity critiques. So if you would like to, you can send us your new updated design and we can critique yours also. Their YouTube channel's been deleted. Oh. That's so cute. Yeah, wait, hang on. Send us your thing if you would like. And we can take a look at yours. Yours is towards the ends today too, so if you need a minute to prepare for that, Hera, we can do that. Be so happy if you would critique the new one. Is Twitter DMs okay? Yeah, no, that's fine. Since I'm alerted and aware to check them, I will open it and keep a look-see for you there. Yeah, no, go for it. We'll have to have you give us a little bit of detail about what your new concept is and stuff like that, but yeah, no, absolutely, of course. It will be most helpful if we talk about your current design. I always want to be as much helpful as we can. So grateful, thank you so much. So much happy with my new character. Let's go! That's always what I want to hear too, is when people get redesigns, you know, sometimes your first stab at a character just isn't quite right. Sometimes you gotta go again. Sometimes you gotta try again. Start fresh. But then you can build it more into who you want to be, and you know, if you've already debuted as a VTuber, you may already have a better idea just from existing as a VTuber. What you want from your content, what you want from your design, you know, you've kind of stepped into that role for a little longer, you can kind of feel it out, so yeah. LVS23_5. Thank you for following, I appreciate it. Squeiji, do you think there's more doors or wheels in the world? Wheels. I'm gonna definitively say wheels. I can see like 10 wheels in the room I'm sitting in right now, but I only have 1 door in here. Definitely wheels. Most things that have wheels have at least 4. Unless I'm talking about bikes. Wheels. Is there a way to check where you are on the usual queue for critiques? There is not. There is not a good way to check it, unfortunately, just because there's not really a way of doing it safely. People accidentally submit under, like, they'll submit from a personal email and it will tie your name to it. So I can't make public the submission order in case people have personal details that are submitted through there. I don't ever see them because I don't go looking for them in the form, but if people went looking, they would find them in the form, unfortunately. So every once in a while, I will check in the form to see, but there's not really a good way of doing it, unfortunately. So I am sorry about that. Wheels because of Legos. Oh, I bet there's 80 bajillion Legos. And quadrillion Legos that have wheels. Yeah. So true, you learned so much, not just about general branding, but yourself after VTubing for a while. Yeah! I feel like I've learned a lot about myself in the now almost year I've been a VTuber. Not a VTuber, but a streamer, where I've figured out more so who I want to be in this and what my content should be about and all of those things. Yeah. I'm happy you found somewhere you're comfortable with though. How many crits we got today? We have 6. We have 6 we have to get through, and that's the usual amount we managed to make it through on a Monday. So we are perfectly lined up, prepared, should be all good to go. So maybe that means we should, like, maybe start jumping in. It has been 46 minutes. Oh, but also, hang on, before we do that, actually, I do still have one more tangent. I have just one more tangent for you. Before, yeah, we'll do Gamba, and we will do, Bingo. My final tangent is that, where Joby and I were driving to for the weekend was we went and visited Joby's uncle's hunting camp for the weekend, and we did a little bit of I guess like we camped out one night, so that's I alerted the mods of the Shroom State that I was not going to be somewhere with any service for a couple days in case, I don't know, the world burned down. So I had no service from like Friday evening until Sunday night-ish. But it was nice. It was nice getting to disconnect a little bit, spend some time outside. We got to hang out with Joby's brother's dogs, who are very cute, and I like them very much. Got to spend some time in the woods. I saw an unprecedented quantity of mushrooms in a very neat manner. I just kept like wandering off and bringing new mushrooms back to their porch and being like, look, here's a this. Look, here's a that. Look. So I did put one in the server also. But yes, that was what I did for my weekend. I just wanted to mention that. So, you were in your habitat? I was in my habitat. I saw also like a huge, probably like singular colony of the really, really tiny mushrooms I put in the Discord server. that was just like, it had some sort of symbiotic relationship with all of the rhododendron trees we were in. It was crazy. They were like, it was like miles and miles of just like pepperings of these tiny little white mushrooms that were really thin. I mean, I can show them once I open like the things in art, and I can show you what they looked like, but they just kept going. And they were growing like on the trees themselves in a manner that was kind of interesting, but also like down in the leaves. They just kept going and going and going. And this is what I mean when I say I'm taking over the world. That guy has taken over pretty much all of that state park. But I am going to take over the whole world. I'm setting my sights bigger than that. Parasitic? They didn't seem like they were parasitic. I was gonna guess that they were symbiotic because they were only found on one specific kind of, like there was only one kind of tree they were growing on. They weren't growing on any of the pine trees, but maybe they were. I don't know. Everything seemed like it was surviving a-okay though. If it was parasitic, I feel like there'd be signs of damage or like the trees wouldn't be doing so well, but the trees were doing just fine, so maybe. E.g. the mushroom collecting toddler. No. No. False. I think he was a shroomate. Was he watching? Who? Who was? Was who watching? Ah? Was who watching? I don't think any of the people that were up there that I saw were watching. Also, Joby almost stepped on a snake that we for like maybe like 30 minutes thought was a copperhead. Don't worry, it was not. It was just a water snake. But we did think that there was almost a copperhead step on event, which wasn't good. Oh, the mushroom! Oh, the giant mushroom? Maybe. I mean, there's not really any reception up there, so I'm not sure how he would ever witnessed me before. Like, I don't think that guy has access to like a TV or a computer, so maybe. I don't know. Now he's aware of me at least. Oh dear. Yeah, it was good. I'll show you the danger noodle, but like not right this exact second. I will show you the danger noodle. He was just a snake, like a 2-foot long snake. But the patterning was just close enough to a copperhead that without studying for very long, they thought it might have been. I will tell you, I immediately knew it wasn't. I immediately knew it wasn't. There's only like, what, like 3, I think, venomous snakes that were in the state we were on vacation in, and the copperhead is one of them, but all the venomous snakes that are there were pit vipers, and also, therefore, have a very specific head shape and pupil shape, and this guy did not have either of those things. So do learn to identify venomous snakes. It's good for you. Don't touch snakes, period, maybe, if you aren't sure, but it's good to know. Okay. Tara, I see you. Found. Hell yeah, okay. So I have your image here. I will just replace this in the order where you were. I think you're gonna be, I think you're 5th. There we go. So I'll just have those in there at the ready. Oh, thank you for a snack. Gonna guest as a PNG tuber for the first time in my siblings' VTuber stream next week. I'm kind of nervous. Oh, good luck. Hey, that's wild to me that, like, I guess it shouldn't be that wild. I know a lot of, like, corporate VTubers will have their, like, siblings show up in things, but that's so, like, fun almost sharing, like, that as a hobby of being interested in VTubing and having a sibling who also does VTubing. That's so fun. That's so fun. Or don't go outside with Snake. No. Do go outside. I promise. Most Snake is fine and nice, and most Snake is easy to avoid if you don't want to encounter Snake. Don't worry. Oh. You can avoid Snake. It is possible. I promise. Solid Snake is easy to avoid. He's not that stealthy. He does clap a little bit to alert the guards. But, yeah. Wish my sibling would like VTubing. Too scared my family would dox me accidentally. See, that's my primary concern. My secondary concern is that, like, aside, like, I don't really have a good setup for any of them to join me. Like, my office isn't really set up in a way that that would work. And then also, not to say we don't have a lot in common, but, like, they don't have a lot in common with the kinds of things we tend to talk about on stream. Right, they could just come and yap with me, I guess. And, like, we were talking about having Fungi Father just come, like, doodle with me at some point. But, like, I don't even know if he'd want to do that particularly. I don't know. And he would, without a shadow of a doubt, call me by my middle name, probably. Which we don't need to have happen. But I have a lot of respect for people who do, like, bring their families into it. I just don't know if it'd be the vibe. I also don't trust them to say something that isn't just gonna be vaguely out of pocket in a way that doesn't jive with how my stream is, also. Like, what if I say their name out of habit? Exactly, like, what if I don't need to say my sister's name. Joby's safe because Joby's a nickname, but, like, my sister doesn't have a nickname. I mean, I guess I can call my dad Dad, and that's fine, but, like, I don't know. It would be difficult, potentially. But, hang on, so, let me move us into getting things done today. We should be potentially getting some things done. Let me put us into the correct room. 99% of sibling Vtuber chats will be very friendly. I mean, I guess they are friendly and they are family friendly, at least between my sister and I. But like, I don't know what my sister would come talk to us about. Like, there's not much overlap between things you guys have interest in and things my sister has interest in. Like, she is a sorority girl and she is a partier, and I mean, not saying you guys aren't those things, but she's not really an artist. She's a business girly. She does supply chain. Like, we have very different backgrounds and interests. Most of the things we get along over are things that we shared before we went down different paths, maybe. Hang on, let's go into the classroom. I haven't been in the classroom in a whole week. Mwah. I see you. I also forgot I had boba. I forgot it was sitting there. It was very good. I'm still very happy to have it. Let me scoot this back out of the way. I don't know why that gets changed sometimes. Can you yap about K-pop? Here's the thing though. She could. Maybe. That's the problem is I don't think she would want to. Like, for what it's worth, the extent that she wants to talk about K-pop is she'll talk about BTS a little bit, but like, she is a very repressed K-pop fan. So therefore, like, I don't even know if she'd want to. She is very, which, like, not to say I blame her for this, but she cares a lot about appearances, I guess would be the way to put it, in that she cares a lot about how she's perceived, and she would not want to put out into the world attached to her voice that she likes K-pop. Like, she hides a lot of her things that she enjoys from friends and from, like, her, like, co-workers and stuff like that, so I think she'd be too anxious about it. Channel her inner Jin, do you know BTS? I just don't think she'd be all that interested in sharing all of that. Like, I think I'm the only person she talks to about that in her life, so I don't know if she'd be comfortable sharing that with the potential of, what, 100 of you or so in a live stream? I don't think she'd be especially comfortable with that. Like a lot of VTuber fans, potentially, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if she'd be comfortable with that. But that's, like, probably the only thing that, like, makes sense in this manner. I don't know. Oh, Hera! Thank you for donating to me on Ko-fi. What the heck? I appreciate it. That was very kind of you. You did not have to do that, but thank you. Can we rotate for Hera, please? That was very nice. Dee-dee-dee. I'll give you some spins. Blessings be upon you. Yeah, of course. Gonna lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Selma. But thank you, Hera. So here, speaking of that, we should lock in Mayhaps. Thank you so much for letting me swap it up on you last minute. Oh, no, of course. I always like let people swap if it is like day of and I'm doing something, just because I want to be able to present you with what is most helpful. Like, it's not gonna be helpful to you if you have completely 180'd from where you were before and you are here and present and ready to receive some critique. Like, it is going to be the most helpful for you to, you know, get feedback on what your most recent work is, or whatever is most recent, most topical. I want to offer the avenue to receive the most help possible, so, of course. Yeah, keys jingling, yes, thank you. Thank you for the jangling of keys. Thank you. So, here we have our beloved Rubric. Hello, Rubric-chan. Truemates say hi, Rubric-chan. This is a Rubric-chan by Gin and Tonic, who had to resend us a Rubric-chan because the link broke last time. But look at her, on the go. She's got her grades looking at the 7 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. This seems like a TA who is gonna be late for class. Do we need a key jangle emote? It's on my list of things to do. I just haven't gotten to it, but yeah, we do. I should make one. But look at her. She's so cute. She's got the grid on her little leg warmers. She's got her beverage, big old beverage. I like the split-colored hair and the green. E.g. is marking things color for the eyes, wrist brace, classic. So good. She's so cute. Here is our rubric. Also didn't explain, if you're unfamiliar, this is a personification of our rubric. Crewmates have drawn her into a cute anime girl. Rubric Chan, as we call her. So here's our rubric, our beloved rubric, that we use to remain as objective as possible about designs. There is a lot of subjectivity when it comes to art and design, but there are some objective truths about design. And this form helps us to remain as unbiased as we possibly can be. So, you can receive a grade of 10, a natural 10, getting up to 2 points in 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette. Oh, wait, where's my hand? Hello? Hand? Can I have a hand? I can. Can you see the hand? You can see the hand. There we go. Very good. We have color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs as our categories. To receive full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed, should have good contrast. You will get no points for color palette if you have low contrast, clashing, overwhelming colors. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and you should be able to be identified just on the basis of silhouette alone. Just on silhouette alone. To get full points. Good positive and negative space. And if I were to draw a ladder over your design, drawing a horizontal mark anywhere that there is a major visual change in contrast or structure or shape, I should create a ladder that is so concerning and impossible to climb in order to pass. You will get no points for silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, if you look like a blob, if your head is melting directly into your shoulders with nothing standing out off the edges, aka bullet head, no points. For complexity versus clarity, the model should be well balanced in terms of level of detail, and those details should support the focal point and the concept without being excessive or overwhelming. We need enough detail for there to be some flavor, some taste, but not so much that we are distracted or overwhelmed. If you are too complex or too simple to the point of genericness, no points. I should be able to make you a mark or plush in order to pass, also. Focal points. The focal points should be well executed. The focal points are, for VTubers, the face. We should have that good upper half focus on a VTuber design because people really rarely see you from the waist down. And the face is how we form that sort of connection with you through the screen. That's how we see the reaction. We can see you going. I'm trying to point. Hang on. I'm trying to do the. Come on, track my arm. Come on, you can do it. I'm pointing. Leap motion. You got this. Nope. Why did my finger go down when I opened my mouth? Come on. Come on! Leap motion. You can get it. Come on. Yep. There we go. No. I can't put my arm behind me though. It loses tracking if I put my arm too far back. But yeah, focal point, face, please. Potentially. What? Why did it not like the word skunk? I think that's fine. I think skunk is okay. Beep. Oh, I see why it didn't like it. You key smashed and you accidentally had a word in there. I see why. Anyways, for concept motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. I should be able to look at you without receiving any other information. I should be able to just look at you and determine things about you like your personality, your occupation, what species you are, what your role in a story might be, things about your lore, all these things just from looking at you perhaps. If you have a concept and I cannot determine any of those things about you, no points. If you don't have a concept at all, you may also not receive points. You but blue is a concept. So if you are you but blue and you are green, you will not get points. But if you are you but blue but you are blue, you will get points. That's how that one works. I can also give you up to 3 bonus points, 1 each from these categories of compelling, unique, otherwise well-executed concepts, unique, exciting art styles, or if I just like it, I can put you on the fridge. If I just like it, it can go on the fridge. So, yeah. Ready to lock in? Time to lock in. We left off, everyone is out of order slightly, I think. But I think I got everyone into the correct order based on... It should be in donation order. But I'm putting Edward's final 2 at the end, just because that was the final 2 of those, and I want to make sure I'm doing it for people who are live here also. So I think first out of who we had left was... Wait, actually these are not in order. I have lied to you extensively. Hang on. I need this one first. This is first. And then this one is... Oop, hang on. You are third, I believe. Oh no, my mouse! My mouse isn't working! No, Moss Cake is fourth! Help me! Oh no, I'm goofing it up. Everything's out of order already. Hang on, try again. Okay. Yeah, first. Second, yes. Third? No. That's supposed to be fifth. Fourth, yes. Okay, fifth, yes. Nope. Yep, okay. Yep, nope. And you should not be all the way over there. You are supposed to be right here, I believe. There we go, okay. Now I think the order is correct. We're supposed to be starting here. Gamba time. Oh yes, Gamba. Hey, do you want Gamba? Roommates, have a little Gamba as a treat. Well, I mean, should we... Wait, that's not how you do that. I've been away from streaming for so long, I forgot what the command is. Our prediction is going to be unusual today. It's going to be the same as it was last time, which is will I get through all 6? Because we have to. We're supposed to get through all 6. There's no sense in guessing less than 6, because we're supposed to get through 6. So we're going to do the same Gamba we did last Monday. We'll go back to doing number Gamba next time, but just for now, because we are still supposed to be locked in a little bit, there's the Gamba. Bald? Who's bald? This fellow's not bald, what do you mean? Will I get through all 6 today, easy, or will I fail? Please have faith in me, roommates. I beg of you. I beg of you, have faith. Oh, I didn't take roll either. I should take roll also. You guys had a whole hour and 5 minutes to show up to class, so I better be here and better be here. Oh, it's me. I'm bald. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh. So here, if we want to do crit bingo, we can also do some crit bingo. If we so wish. There we go. Let me pin these in the chat. Weep. There we go. Let me pin this also. Hang on, pin that. Oh, okay, so the Gamba actually doesn't work if every single one of you votes that I will get through it. I don't think anyone gets any points if no one votes on the other side of it. I fear that makes gambling not work. There has to be someone who votes that I will fail. Someone's gotta take it for the team. Someone has to take one for the team. There you go, 20 points, 30 points that I'll fail. Someone take the fall. Yeah, what if just a couple of you give 10 points each? Because here's the thing, if I do fail, you're gonna get huge money. You'll get huge money if I fail. And if I succeed, really there's no one getting any money, so what can you do? Someone must be heretic. Yeah, we just need at least one heretic. One person committing the act of blasphemy, which is not trusting your EG. Hi, Lisa. Okay, so let me take roll. Let's scroll back in time to the beginning of today and see who's here. Who's here for class today, roommates? I see Wordy, Judeaboo, Bunny Bell, Rusty, Mythic, Amusing Ame, Panda Rosemarie, Nilo, Selma, Lamia, Life to Thrive, Lance, Amber, Sanazam, Mad Buns, Angel Kitty, DDDD. I'm not reading these in order for some reason, which is making it harder. Ren, Nissa, Cotton Candy Floss, Binary Star, Kiwi Woo Wee Wo. That's a good name. Scully, Star Heron, Rain Daniel. It's so hard when they're so between everything. Dirt Stomp, Rosani, Hoshi, Cozy Hermit, Willu, Rex, Absolutely, Adontion, AK4, I don't know how to say your name, I'm so sorry, but you are literally right here, this is yours. I don't know how to say your name, unfortunately, though, so please help me. Also, Rixa, Meet the Waddles, YouTube Fellas, I see Lisa, the Ivy Rose, Haunted Butter. I know that Moss Cake was here previously. I know Callie is potentially here also, maybe. It's okay, no one knows how to pronounce it. It's a cane. Oh, okay. I will note that down. I will note that down. You get to be on my note list with also and a couple others. AK4NEH equals AKANE. Bet. Hell yeah. I got my teacher's notes on my roll. Correction, hour 4. On hour 6 of this bookstore, I'm gonna go home for a nap. Only hour 4? Why are you in a bookstore for that long? That's a long time to be in a bookstore. I say this like I didn't also get trapped in bookstores sometimes for a very long time as a kid, just to do reading or like because your parent would run into someone they knew. But that's a long time. I hope you escape soon. Instead of what? Huh? They died today, but will rise again on Thursday? That's true. You will be deconstructed and reconstructed on Thursday, but why are you? Don't die today. Please don't. Please hold on. please hold out. You got this. I wish I could be referred to as just art fun. Bet. I'll try and remember that. I'll do my best. Having a standoff with Selma. Oh, I see. Both parents are English teachers, donating a bunch of books for the classroom. We cannot leave. Oh, I see. Yep, that makes sense. One of my friends had a parent who worked for a library, so we would also get stuck in the library for a long time, but not in the fun way we can go read books, but like in the way where we're trapped in a back room for like hours. So I understand how that goes. So, we have... Wait, hang on, how do you even pronounce it? Akane or Akane? Akane? Kane? Kane sounds like it makes most sense. I'll go with that for now. Akane? Oh no, is it? Is it Akane? Like the Japanese name? Ah, I see, okay, yeah. Was I called? Lucky, I called you earlier for roll. I saw you were in there, don't worry. You're in here also, you're in my queue for today. You have to read a book at least? That's good, I'm glad you can at least read book. E.g. making assumptions, that's true. I know what it makes out of you and me. I should know better. Also, I'm like choking on boba. I don't want the bubbles. Just give me the liquid. Come on. There we go. My boba is like the exact color of your background. Anyways. Akane. They, them. Akane. The ref sheet is a tad old and outdated. Please don't use she, her pronouns for them. Alexis, name subject to change, is... Hang on, we got like 3 old names here. Is a ghost detective. I'm thinking of his lore being that his death turned him amnesiac, and he's trying to figure out how it happened, and most likely who did it. Ah, classic whodunit situation. The wisps around them are part of the design, and I'm thinking about giving one of them into a ghost mascot or familiar. Okay, turning one of them into that. Coat is going to be a toggle, and I'm a bit worried this design isn't as interesting without it, as most of the detective imagery is on it. Ah, I see. Love of the palette is so clearly immediately ghost. Low-key, your palette, you are almost a Rubric-chan. You're like right within the Rubric-chan color palette also. Might be confusing. Alexis is the character's name. Evan is mine. Figured the username was gonna be trouble. Ah, interesting foresight you had there. Classic EG move. I can call you whatever you want. I can call you, if you want me to call you Evan, we can call you Evan. If you want me to call you Akane, I can call you Akane. Does not matter to me. I will figure it out. That's my problem if I'm goofing it up. That's a skill issue. I'll work on it. I'll fix it. I'll get better at it. Green one on the right for ghosty. Yeah, so like nice desaturated purple. We tend to associate purples with magic or things that we don't quite understand, the unknown. And the green is like that classic, almost like ectoplasmy green. So the color palette is putting us into the right mindset immediately for this. That's good. Good work as far as color design goes. I will say, right out the gate, first things first, I'm the realist. First things first, the contrast between the hair and the skin is not really present right now. And I get that that's probably because you're a ghost and you are going for, ghost has white hair and pale skin. Those tend to be some of the classic quotes, or not quotes, tropes we give it. Yeah, I did just quote Azalea, I'm sorry. But I do think we need a little bit more clarity between your face and your hair. And as I'm looking at this, the first thought that I have is that I like your little ahoge that stands up really tall from the part here. And I like that it has this sort of color gradation happening, and you have this purple in the back of your hair. So I am wondering if maybe all it takes is potentially just bringing that purple gradient slightly into the hair here, and I may also just darken your roots just a little bit, just to see if that does enough to sort of frame your face more clearly. Because the reason why, I feel like I don't ever explain why having low contrast between hair and face is trouble. I feel like I just talk about the fact that it's something that should be avoided if possible. The trouble with it is that by decreasing the contrast of the face, we're making the face less focal. Areas of high contrast tend to draw our eye more efficiently. So when we have an area of low contrast, especially when we have other areas of a design that are high contrast, you know, we've got these real dark pants contrasting against bright saturated green legs, that's going to really outshine the face as far as focal point goes. Ah, yes, hang on, I should also get my bingo card at the ready, potentially. Let me stick mine over here. There we go, that's a good place for it. I can close, I got a bunch of tabs open I don't need also. But yeah, classic white hair skin combo, yes, that is for the bingo. I think that is on the bingo. Not till the hair and skin were different colors at first. Yeah, they do have a subtle undertone difference. I think this is more yellow undertone, actually this is purple undertone right now. This is pink, but they are very close. I wonder if that might also be a good tool to use here, is if I make the color undertone of the hair maybe more blue. Oh man, wait, there's actually so little color to it that I can't even tell if this is changing anything. Let's see, did this do anything notable? No. I think they're just they're like the same value, but we might have to change them more particularly. Oh, wait, I thought you meant you got bingo in one design. No, we did not get bingo in one design. That would be crazy. That'd be wild. That would be insane if you got bingo from one character. Okay, hang on. So, things that I want to try here to try and make the hair have a little bit more clarity. I want to give you dark roots to your hair. Oops, that's a blur tool. Because right now, the fact that that black is only showing up really in the pants and the shoes is really drawing our eyes away from your head. Alternatively, making the hat that color might be good too. Oops, hang on. Why? That way, that black color isn't exclusively down in the lower part of the body. So if I just darken this a good bit. The hat is on the head, so that may help bring our eye up a little bit more. Yeah. Did someone call bingo in the second number at one point in my life cycle? How? You can't get bingo only on 2 numbers. Character could be designed to get a bingo in one go. I wonder if that could be a good challenge for us. We kind of have our next extra credit picked out, I think. Our next extra credit was going to be after we finished Clown Miku design. I think you guys had asked our next extra credit to be my Squiiji Utao design. The SQU11J1 design was, I think, what we had agreed upon making the next extra credit, but we could put that on our list of future other extra credits as well, maybe. So excited for that. I kind of am too. I want to design my Utao design because I want to have like one of those official pages on like the Utao wiki for Squiiji Utao. I really want to. Did we? Must have missed it. Yeah, we had talked about it a couple weeks ago, potentially. Redesigning Zero-Chans to be good. That was the next one. Redesigning for Zero-Chans to make those designs work was going to be the following one. So we just gotta add that to our potential queue of extra credit bingos. Or not bingos, extra credit assignments. Yeah. Bingo-chan, shove as many bingo squares into one character design as possible. That could be a good one, like the Zero-Chan thing, where we were awarding whoever got a zero, the Zero-Chan award for this one, I will pull maybe a random bingo card, and you guys can try and pack as many bingo elements into a character as possible, and we'll see if we can get bingo, just a random generated bingo, on each character. And if I get the bingo on that one, then you'll get a trophy for that, maybe. Potentially. Maybe. Yeah. Wait, can I remake my home? You can, if you want, for that one. The redesigning Zero Chance to be good was redesigning them to get, like, try to get a 10. So if you want to do that, we could do that. But yeah, so, darker hat, so that way the pants being this dark isn't as important. The legs, I think, need to fade also. Let me... Oh, but if I make the legs fade out, it's gonna make them higher contrast against the shoe. The legs have higher saturation than the green does really anywhere else outside of the eyes. So for focal point's sake, I was gonna fade them to being the less saturated color, but that's putting a brighter color right against the bottom of the ankle. So let me just make this a saturation thing. So that way we're not making them lighter in value also. Blur that out. There we go. So I think that helps a little bit, pushing the focal point up to the face a little more. Someone said that the gradient on the tie feels a little bit strange, and it does feel a little bit odd to me. I feel like the usage of these two colors for the tie is fine, but I think that it might work better if they were arranged in a pattern, where if you had the line art of, let's see, just like, you know, was there a second angle to your design, or was it just Ghost Detective? If you had something on your tie that was just a pattern related to anything, honestly, it could be anything. Yeah, grid, a paisley, and anything. But if you had some sort of organization, ooh, that's a weird drawing implement. What's going on there? Anything, even if it's just like some sort of like weird, like wispy pattern that sort of chunks those out into solid blocks, I feel like that would make sense of the gradient happening in a way that would make us feel like it's less odd, potentially. I thought the color pick things were pins. Oh, they're, no. Yeah, no. I think these are just telling us where colors are in the design. They're not pins, no. A note of my idea? What was your idea here? What if we redesigned each other's Zero Chance? No, you guys can redesign each other's Zero Chance. You guys can take that however you would like for the extra credit. You can redesign each other's, your own, whatever you want, mine, whatever you like. I don't put rules on the extra credit assignments very much. Usually whatever you want to interpret them as is the best way of doing it. What about making some parts see-through? Perhaps I'm just not sure how to go with it. Legs would be fun, but not really visible as a model. Yeah, see, that is the thing. I love making the suggestion of making legs go to transparent. But yeah, they're not gonna be visible 80 to 90% of the time you are live, unfortunately. So theoretically, with that in mind, you could make the arms phase out as well. But I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you, let me, come here. I'm gonna whisper in your ear. As much as things like that are really cool in concept, let me tell you, if you ever have any plans of doing anything that requires a green screen, you're gonna hate yourself. Or like, I mean, you can't use a green screen anyway, because you're green. You'd probably use a blue screen. But let me, like, pull myself here. I have just, the little bit of transparency that's in my glasses is the bane of my existence. It drives me insane. Because I have to record myself, as you see where I am currently in this. Do you see the gold outline I have around my head and the dark one? I have to use that. It's not just a stylistic decision. It has to be used. Because if it wasn't, I can't take green screen or blue screen videos of myself. It doesn't work. It's a pain in the butt. So, as sick as they may be, bear that in mind if you want to do that in your design. Yeah, fade to green overlay. Yeah, like that could be better, where we're sort of suggesting a material property but not causing hail in any way. I don't know if the creator of this has ever heard of the anime manga Toilet Bound Haneko, but the wisp reminded me of that. I am familiar with that. That's one of my favorite examples, I think, for Spot Blacks recently, or was it Halftone? There was something in the stylistic design of that manga / anime that I enjoyed, but yeah, I can see that reference. Yeah. Not normal transparency, but full color on, not like 50-ish. Yeah, like if this is full opacity, but just has sort of a greenish overlay creeping up the arms, that could be enough to just suggest it. But here's the thing. Surprisingly, I don't have any trouble realizing that you aren't a regular alive human the way that you are. It works more or less fine for me. Also, I realized I was making these modifications to this version where I should probably be making them to the other version with the coat on, because I do agree with you when we're talking about concept here. I think it is much clearer what your concept is with your jacket on. And my question to you then is, why do you need to take the jacket off as a toggle? Why do you need that? Because I don't think you inherently need it in any way either. Like, that is something that very clearly tells us your profession. It's adding some nice things to your silhouette, because unfortunately this is a little bit of a bland silhouette. The hat is nice. And the fact that you don't have just floor-length pants kind of helps. But the coat is like 80% of the silhouette, and the coat is an interesting silhouette where it's got this sort of like capelet in the upper part. It's got this high collar, the sleeves add to it, these sort of belts that are dangling down here are nice. Like, that's where most of the power of your silhouette is located. So I almost do not want you to have the coat as something that could be removed. I don't know. Coat's gonna be a toggle, hat too. Mostly just gonna be on, but I feel like coat off might give more of a chill, just chatting vibe. I guess so. If you want to have a version that feels like it is less, I don't want to say professional, but like, yeah, more relaxed, maybe that could be good. But I feel like the jacket is doing so much work for us here. I don't want to see without it. I want the jacket to stay. I need the jacket here. So, jacket should stay. Let me move my edits over though, because I feel like this is actually the main design. Look at this magic trick I just performed. Squiiji magic go. You lined up your reference very well. That made it very easy for me to just slide those over. But I think that's doing a lot to make your face properly focal, as it should be. Like the socks. Yeah, they are taking some focus from the face, but we'll solve that. We've got a solution here. We got a solution. The jacket's off, could be tied around the waist. I like that as a thought, because that is totally not the kind of thing you would do with this kind of jacket, but it would feel so casual. It would feel so casual. So I do think maybe, yeah, that could be a good move there. Well, it would be nicer to switch the gradient with green at top and purple down on the bottom. For clarity's sake, maybe that would also be good. I am with you on that also, where for me, the coat switching to green lower down in the legs is winding up just a little bit more distracting, where if we could use the green against the sides of the body up here, I feel like that would be better. And then it's also higher in the body. And it won't be against the legs. The legs touching the brighter green is so high contrast, and I think that's one of the things that's changing the focal point for us. See, I'm not doing a very clean job of doing that. Wow. There we go. And if I come in here and do this, we'll have to do something about the arm maybe a little bit, but I feel like this will work a little bit better to get the focal point higher. There we go. I'll gradate that out. Actually, it'll be fun. I love that. Oh. What? Oh, the jacket being tied around the waist? I am very on board for that, potentially. I would be very on board for that. There we go. Let me lock this and let me blur it. There we go. Inverted gradient. Yeah, so this is pulling me to look higher in the design. Definitely we're gonna need some drop shadows to clarify the coat on top of the vest, but I think this is moving in the right direction. The eye is already green, but I feel like we could go even bolder with the green of the eye, or like if your eye was... Your eyes were that bright. We're almost getting like highlighter in the color. Yeah, eyes brighter. That's going to pull me in even more. What do I need for this? Is this a saturation layer I need here? Saturation, but I need also luminosity probably. It needs to be brighter. But I think more bold with your eye color will definitely be the right move. The fact that we can't see the hat band, I feel like, is also something that is amiss here, where I wonder if being able to see the green of the hat band over the top of the head too would be beneficial, where we would then again also get this really high contrast moment on the top of the head. I'm just drawing it right here, right against the edge. This might be a perspective thing where it genuinely wouldn't actually be visible. But why do we have to do things the way they're supposed to be done? We can ignore that because this is such a good detail. Having the ghost triangle thingy, yeah, I don't actually know what it's called either, but I love that you've called it the ghost triangle thingy. This is an associated shape with ghost that is often found on the head. You making it almost like you've tucked a piece of paper or a note into a band on the hat. That's clever, that's smart. I like that, I like your thinking. We can't see it right now. So then if you put it so that we could see it in the silhouette, and also so we can see it coming up over the top of the head, that would be fantastic. And then also we're adding more detail around the head, which will make the head more focal. By that means as well. There we go, so more detail, more better. Just a little bit here, up there. If it helps, I have like a model work in progress. I mean, I don't know if that particularly, what do you mean if that helps? If that is significantly different than what we're looking at right now, then maybe, but I don't think that, I don't think that unless it's changing our understanding of the concept or changing our understanding of the values and stuff, I think we're getting most of what we need here, potentially. Maybe. Made an EG drink a while ago, gotta leave for a doctor appointment, forgot to say earlier, saying now before I leave. Good luck at your doctor's appointment. I hope you enjoy your EG drink. I don't know what that means, but I hope you enjoy it. Having that bright strip on the hat drags the focal point up. Yeah, more detail. We've created more contrast, higher up around the face, making the hat darker in the right direction. I'm wondering if I should just, hang on, where was my, there we go. For the part of the hair, I feel like I could still darken even further and have you still feel pretty ghostly. Yeah, okay, so I think those are moving in the right direction. I do enjoy your subtle magnifying glass also in your earrings. I wonder if there are other little subtle nods to being a detective that we can add to this, because you already have them as your little pins on your jacket, which you've got some nice colors and shading and gems. They become brooches. I'm trying to think of what other things we associate with detectives, like notes, pencils for taking their notes. What do detectives do? In my brain, they're more or less just old-fashioned journalists in some manner, but I'm trying to think of what other tools or visualizations could relate them to the topic. Crime scene tape. That would be funny. I don't want to go for the Sherlock hat. I believe the hat you're thinking of is a, what do they call it, a deer stalker. I don't want to do that because I think that's too on the nose. We already have the jacket that is very closely associated with it. I enjoy the fact that we're using a different style of hat here. It feels a little bit more unique for having that. So I want to do that. A camera, yeah, like a camera might be good. And that's gonna be part of your detailing. From a historical period, that's another good question. I guess as a ghost, you could be from any point in time and are living just now, but I don't know. I do feel like maybe a camera would be an interesting accessory for documentation purposes, and then we could have this dark color repeating here. You could have it hang on your chest or something. Oh, that might be too many objects in this area of the body. Hang on. I need this to be darker, and also kind of like a regular drawing implement. Why is it transparent? Hello? Oh, it's my opacity's not all the way there. That's why. Pictures taken at the crime scene also require measurement for scale. That's true. That's potentially true. Historical sketching materials. Yeah. I like the idea of a camera. That's a good accessory idea, potentially, because then it can also go on the body in a way that sort of makes sense. It doesn't have to sit level, but then you can have, like, you know, your cord or whatever that's attaching to it. Don't tell Joby I'm trying to draw a camera right now from memory. This is what a camera looks like, right? Here, we'll make it a rangefinder. Bam, that's a camera. Interesting, it's an older style of camera. I mean, we could go hardcore. We could give you a Bronica. We could give you, lists any other camera I can think of. Give you a medium format, which would be cool. Not that you would want to wear that around your neck, because that would hurt, but the classic 35, I think, is the journalist or the the person who's documenting things best friend. Classic 35mm film camera. Yeah. Ghost camera concepts already to draw from. That's true. We do associate ghosts with sort of ghost orbs that you can see on a camera, so that might be interesting as well. In relation, yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I see. Maybe an ombre thing with the bangs, like a green one? We already added some ombre to the bangs, but we could add a little bit of the green as well to them, potentially. Ghost camera feels fatal frame. Oh, yeah. Twin lens reflex camera. Oh yeah, you could do a you could do that if you wanted, yeah. The twin lens reflex, they're the ones that are like this. I'm surprised Jubby hasn't appeared in here because they are home. The twin lens reflex are the ones where you've got this like mirror propped up and you hip shoot. It's like, here's the mirror. The lens is usually like really big on the front, and then it has like its little like sidewinder on it. That might be good. I feel like that would be a good association here. Maybe you should go that route. I can ask Jubby even for a particular, give you a very specific camera recommendation for this era and what it is. Practicality, but a flash bulb, right? Yeah, you could totally have a flash bulb. That'll feel very reportery to have a flash bulb. But like, that could be so good. This is like totally not what this looks like, but I could pester Jubby for more detail. Hi, Sav! Back on YouTube, is this the Undead Detective? Yes, it is. We are still in the Undead Detective. Yeah. So, camera could be good as a tool. Then also, if you keep the camera when we transition out of wearing the jacket, that might still keep us in the right realm as far as your occupation goes. Yeah. Meant to be Japanese detectives, and they have a very specific hat they wear. Ah, okay. I see. I guess the hat specifics do vary, because I think we associate the Deerstalker with like the sort of Sherlock Holmesian end of detectives, but now that I'm thinking about like Lupin, what's the guy's name in that, the detective in that who's trying to catch Lupin? He also has a very specific hat shape, but I think he also still wears this kind of coat, if I'm remembering properly, but his is like beige or tan. I cannot recall, but a camera might be nice, nevertheless. Let me get us back in here of, I want to draw a ladder test here. I want to draw a ladder. I have a thought here. So I'm going to draw one on both. Ladder here. Make your predictions. Okay, so the hair's kind of asymmetrical. That, and then there's this, and the top of the head. Ouch. Thanks. Thank you for ladder. I appreciate it. Very good. Why am I starting like that? Start like this. Start with your verticals, Eej. You got this. I'm a little rusty. Despite having only done character design critiques, I feel like for the last couple of weeks, somehow a little bit rusty at it. Right there. Sleeves. This thing on the sleeve. Bottom of the vest. Then you have your little chain, and then you have the bottom of that, and then we have those little things, the bottom of the collar, the chin and the top of the collar, the eye line, which is essentially exactly where, I shouldn't have drawn separate lines there. It's exactly where the bottom of the hair is. You've got your hairline, you've got the top of your head, and your hat. I see you guys throwing things at me. Yeah, so guys are getting a little bit of the gist of it. I would say these are not particularly dangerous ladders. Could be more dangerous. These are all more or less the same width. Granted, there's a lot of lines we're drawing still, and there's more clustering around the face. This feels a little bit more varied. Unfortunately, the coat is creating more lines between other lines in a way that is making this a very repetitive ladder. We need some asymmetry. We also need some variety, more so, potentially. We could use a little more danger, potentially. So let me turn all this back on. Let me see what I would suggest for that. Because honestly, all it may be is just making some things longer or shorter. Like these sleeves could maybe used to be a little bit longer, or the bottom of this coat shouldn't cut off exactly where the bottom edge of the pants is. Like this line at the back of the coat could be higher or lower, so it's not the exact width of the cuff area of the pants. Stuff like that. Yeah. Since ghosts could rough up the coat slightly. Yeah, I will say, I wonder if we could use just a little bit of evidence of how you died in here. Like, were you stabbed? I know the whole point is you're piecing it back together, but wouldn't it be funny if we could tell that you were like, they got you in the chest or something, or like got you in the neck, or wherever it is, there's something in your design that is disturbed by however you were, you met your end. Like, your sleeve is missing because your arm got cut off, or I don't know. Triage tag? Triage tag. I don't know what you mean by that. Triage tag. But like, my thought was like, okay, you were stabbed through the chest. So like, what if you have a just very big, specific, like, that's a line tool. Hello? Please don't be a line tool. Tear in the chest here that has been repaired or something. Yeah, Savarun is saying, yeah, like stitches or scar, where like, we can see that this is something where something went wrong in your clothing that you've had to repair because somebody harmed you. The tags used to mark patients and victims at large incident for first responders. Oh, interesting. Let me look that up. Triage tags. Oh, that could be really interesting, actually. No, not triage doesn't refer to a horse. That could be quite interesting. Or toe tag. Yeah, detective trying to solve their own murder is what's going on. Yeah, delayed, serious, not life-threatening, immediate life-threatening, disaster, deceased. Here, I'll open what they look like so you can see it. Okay, that's a really low-quality image of it for some reason. But this could be really good as just like a dangling accessory somewhere. Evacuate, deceased, immediate, delayed, minor. Interesting. Yeah, like an earring or something, like if it could be attached to the camera, like it's on a lanyard, it could be clipped onto something, like it's pinned. It could be just pinned under one of your current, whoops, that's a Zanies. Could be pinned under one of your pins here. There's a number of places we could potentially put it, but that might be a very neat reference maybe. So rip off any of the categories they didn't qualify for. Ah, so you would get all of them ripped off except for deceased. That could be so neat. Wanted to joke about Sims, their way of coloring ghosts. Don't remember if there's any option for a color for murdered Sims. Specific colors for murdered Sims. My EMT certification, that's one of the things we're trained on, have the moving remains of stubs of the others. Interesting. Aww. I think that's a very good note. I'm just gonna copy and paste this in here so that it stays with all of the notes. Get rid of all this. We don't need all this negative space. Goodbye. Nope. Wrong button. Nope. Oh, hang on. Actually, cannot. We're gonna go like this. Manual selection. There we go, for our suggestion. Nope, hang on. Can I copy this? Nope. Okay. Nope, don't save. That's okay. Come back. Here. Yeah. I'm just gonna paste this in the file here for future reference. There we go. Very good. An easy way of thinking about the categories is who can walk, wave, and breathe. Ah, I see. I mean, yeah, immediate, delayed, minor. Yeah, that makes sense. So, okay. Pull in the chest like those demons in Bleach. Oh, you could do that too. That could also be potentially interesting. But yeah, just little things you can do to add some comfortable and not forced asymmetry here might be good. Or like, okay, what if your sleeve is rolled up on one arm, on your dominant hand, because, you know, you get your hands up in the business of whatever you're working on. Or, you know, this is pinned up because it's still being worn through like the hole that's around the waist, like the belt loop. But then this one isn't, so one of them's hanging down, but the other one isn't. Wearing gloves, yeah, you could have like gloves on or something. Yeah, there could be a number of things that would be nice and natural for adding some asymmetry here. But what have we not discussed here? Let me start grading. Oh, do I have a layer mask here? No mask, please. No, delete mask. Thanks. There we go. Let's start a grade. For colors, I think the colors are immediately giving us the ghostly angle that we need, but we're having a little bit of clarity issue with your hair and your skin. So I put that here. For silhouette, most of the power of your silhouette is coming from the jacket. The hat is adding a little bit, but it could add a little more potentially. and we need some asymmetry. But you're in the right direction. Complexity versus clarity. I honestly don't have any issue with the level of detail here. I feel like you're pared down almost to the level of like a cartoon character or a character who's built for 2D animation, maybe aside from having the patterning, which is not a bad place to be. You plushify very easily as a result of that, but you don't feel like you're lacking in detail. You have enough specificity in the clothing. You've got your little personalized like charms on the chest, the jewelry, the magnifying glass earring, the hat. Like, it feels specific enough that we're not feeling like something's missing. Focal point, unfortunately, I think is one of the weaknesses here as well, in that the face, due to this low contrast, I'm not going to move it any lower, considering took off points here, but the low contrast is making the face less focal. The fact that most of the detail is around the chest area, the patterning isn't helping. The brightest area of saturation being at the bottom of the legs, sandwiched in between the two darkest tones at the top of the shoe and the bottom of the shorts. It's all taking away from the face, and we tried a number of things to try and bring it more so back to the face. I think we were more or less somewhat successful, but what I would still offer is potentially the last thing. Can you guess what I'm going to do? Crewmates, can you make a guess as to what classic EG thing I'm going to do right now as a potential solution here to make the focal point function? You can't see what I've done, but it hasn't started yet. Not silhouette. It's not a silhouette thing. Darken the legs? Yeah. Classic EG solution is sweeping gradient. I'm not going to do a very good job of selecting it, unfortunately, because the background has a texture or a pattern to it. But if I go like this and just generally shade the bottom edge of everything, and then I'll blur it out, it should push us to look up much more. So this is much darker than I'd want it, but like that. We can still tell that these are green down there in the legs. Yeah, classic gradient. Add dirt. No, we don't need dirt. I mean, we could add dirt if you really want to, if it relates to if this person perished by some means that would have given them a reason to have dirt on them, maybe. But adding that gradient down there is reducing the contrast of the legs, and it's making some of these dark values more similar to each other, so it's not as eye-grabbing, their difference between them. So now we're looking at the face more. I think that has completely solved the focal point thing for me. A little bit under here is distracting, but the face being the biggest, brightest thing right now is working quite well. So I think that's good schmoove in that way. And then concept of motifs. Your colors told us you're a ghost pretty quickly, and with the jacket on, I have no trouble seeing that you're a detective, but I still find myself wanting just a little more outside of just the default detective jacket, which is why we were saying, oh, what if you had a camera, the gloves, the angles that make the ghost thing clearer, the fact that you are deceased and that you're trying to solve your own crime. I want a little bit of those things. Whoops, hang on, can I have color green, maybe? Yeah. There we go. Those are the general thoughts I have here. So I think that's a grade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? Did I do that right? 3, yeah, 7 out of 10. That sounds right for math. Woo. Let me make this smaller. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause? Can we get a round of applause here, please? For Akane. Ladder? We did do a ladder earlier in this, and we did a ladder. Look. Ladders! Ah, I remembered! Ah, ladder was not forgotten. You thought you could get that on your bingo cards, but no EGs on top of it. We had a ladder. Let me do my bingo and see what what it counts towards bingo here for me. I used a multiply layer. I did use a color layer. There's no mismatching socks. Free space. Unnatural hair color, potentially, yeah. Did I say fear not? I have now, but that doesn't count. Body hardness. I've been exceedingly off topic most of the stream. Multiple colored hair, yes, is here. Okay, I made almost no progress on my bingo, potentially. But that's okay. That's fine. I'll get bingo one of these days. Aggressively takes notes, Lamau. Thank you for your critique. Of course! Thank you for submitting, and thank you for donating to charity for us. It was very kind of you. I'm very proud of the Shroommates for our charity contributions, so thank you. Good work! So my certification was useful? Yeah, see? You never know when like miscellaneous things that you are, like miscellaneous skills or facts you know will be good or will be useful in any context. Like you never know. Sometimes randomly, when Jubby and I are playing that trivia game, for example, the fact that I have done a little bit of sailing, not a little, I know how to sail, but the fact that I've done that meant that I could answer a couple trivia questions that were in our trivia thing. I was like, yeah, this is never useful or relevant. Knowing what like the like American classic for sailing is called, or like what the award for it is called, is never useful in my life, except for that one circumstance. Just that one time. Just that one time. It was really good and important. Thank you. Slightly obsessed with ghost detectives. It's a good concept. It's fun as a concept. It's a very interesting angle for writing lore, so I think it works quite well for you. Good luck with creating your design. It sounds like you're doing the art and rigging yourself, so 07, you got this. It might be a lot of work, but you got this, I think. Del Draws, thank you for following. Also, I see that you're here, hello. I actually have on my recent VTuber designs mint legs as well as hands. Oh, like the gradient we were talking about earlier for the skin. I love that sort of like gradient off the fingertips kind of thing, which is why I had it in my Halloween design. I love that as like a design trope. I should put that in the bingo as one of the design tropes too. We don't see it that often, but when we do, I'm like, scrumptious. We love to see it. Let me save this. Yeah, save this. Close this. And we're on to the next one. We'll keep moving. I'm gonna drink a little bit of boba because I will tell you, this is a really tall thing of boba. And it is, all the ice is melting. And the purple of Zany's character here is reminiscent of the purple of my tarot, which reminded me. Also, I saw Hoshi said something about, Hoshi sent a link to the Squiiji themed drink. I will have to check that out and see what the Squiiji themed drink is. I will check my notifications for it. Oh. Interesting. Whoa, wait. I will have to... I can put it in the Discord server so you guys can see what Hoshi made, but it's a vanilla Coca-Cola with food coloring, yellow ice cubes or orange juice, shaped like mushrooms? Whoa. Tiny square ice cubes supposed to be mimic spores. Interesting, in a mushroom glass. I'll put that in the Discord server so you guys can all see it if people don't have Blue Sky. But I think Hoshi had sent it in the chat. Alright, I got my sippy drink. And let me write down, because I do see Zany telling me how to pronounce this name. Thank you. You said it before, but I will not remember. AH-KISS-EE-AH. Okay. Bet. It's like the most notes we've ever had in this area. Before. Me chew up my boba in my mouth. Which channel on Discord? Art? For Hoshi's thing that they made, I'll probably stick it in the EG fan art area because it is a fan creation related to me. Yeah. So this is not Zany themselves, but this is a character created by Zany to be critiqued on stream. This is Akisia. We got the Italian C. Akisia. Character's pronouns are she, her. Do recall that Zany's pronouns are not. Zany's pronouns are they, she, he, which is a note I have here. Akisia is a nightmare demon who has reformed after she was freed from the person she was sealed to. She enjoys watching nightmares, not really making them because people's own subconscious is a lot more creative than her. She's currently Gormley's roommate. This is related to the Gormley lore. She enjoys harmlessly scaring or messing with people, but will instantly stop if they get genuinely scared, unless they deserve it. Intriguing. Okay, I see. So, Nightmare Demon. The horns and the pointed ears and the hands and the hooves are pointing me in the right direction for demon. The tail is interesting. I like this very specific shape of tail. I feel like whenever people are like, oh, I'm designing a demon, they're like, okay, well, our tail options are this, or you'll see the one where they do it with like a heart, and like that's it. I feel like that's all the variety I see in demon tails most of the time. So it is with great relief that I'm seeing a much more specific tail shape, because it still has the aggressive, sharp forms that we associate with that, but it's unique in its own way. And yeah, I was wondering if that is meant to be a reference to something. It is a Z. Z tail for sleep. Oh, for sleeping. Wait, so for like snark me me me's. I see. Yeah, snore sound. Wait, that's smart. That's great. Hang on, I love that. Yeah, okay, so that's clever. That's good for getting the demon of nightmare angle in. And I see we've got a lot of motifs that relate to maybe the night sky. Also, we've got some stars in the wings, stars on the corners of the wings there. You've got clouds in the hoodie, and also in the wings on the ankles. But I do wonder if we could get more of a reference. I like that. That's a good subtle way of giving us that angle, the concept, but what other way could we convey the concept of nightmare bringer? I wonder. I mean, you are this character. I say you, this is not you. This character is already more or less dressed in like loungewear, I would say, which, you know, we're getting sort of that comfy cozy angle that might align with obtaining sleep. But I'm trying to think off the top of my head of anything else that elements that could be brought in for that. So I'm gonna put a pin in that and think on it for a minute, but I think that that will be useful and important to come back for, maybe. Is this still charity crits? It is. Today's our final day of it. We will wrap up all of them today, but it is still charity crits today. And I will say, often I do talk about how, like, you know, we see in VTubing, or just in character design in general, so much of the combo of you get like the off-the-shoulder sweater and a skirt. We see that so much. But here they feel specific enough that I'm not bugged, because we have a specific pattern on them, which is the cloud shapes, and then we don't just have like the default like hoodie pocket either. You've got more specific design with the pockets on the sides. This is reading like a big full moon or something, or at least that's how it's reading to me, where it feels like it is relating the motifs, therefore, into the clothing design. So that works for me. Classic mismatched sock situation, but I feel like that's putting me in like almost like a jester angle, which is interesting. Making me feel like this character has a good bit of whimsy to them, potentially. I have to ask how long the backlog was. Oh, for the charity crits? The charity crits should all be just today. We should be done with them today, theoretically, potentially, hopefully, maybe. They should be. And then we'll be back to the regular crits at that point, yeah. Got the whimsy and sass, I see. The pose is kind of selling that for me as well. So, as far as concept goes, demon angle, I really see quite easily. Nightmare angle, I feel like we could use something else as a hint towards. That's a good hint, and the clothing style, I think, is a hint, but I feel like there could be something ever so slightly more we could do for that. But I guess the other funny angle here is that we're highlighting the fact that she is not especially creative in and of herself if other people are more creative than she is in their subconscious. So in a way, the outfit is almost good for that, where it's sort of pared down if this character is not meant to be the most creative of fellas. Nightmare is very broad. Yeah, I guess Nightmare is a very broad concept. Like, Dream Realm might be a good thing to reference. I might have to look into some, like, theming that's associated with that, because I wonder if there's a particular mythology we could bring in. I think we talked about this before, where how do we usually depict demons in association with nightmares? Are there particular demons that are associated with nightmares? What sort of visual motifs do they have in different cultures? Often when we're pulling demons, they end up sort of being the, like, Catholic or Christian end of them, but there's demons in other mythologies that we could pull if there's ones that relate to sleep, maybe, potentially. But I might have to look into more particulars of that. Dreamcatcher motif, maybe? That might want to be one to be careful of. We gotta be careful about open versus, what's the word for it? Is it open versus closed cultural practice, what I'm looking for? But you have to make sure that when you're pulling those cultural elements, they are something that is open to being shared with other cultures. So, and I don't know what the verdict on Dreamcatchers is in that, because I know that's one of those things where historically there were maybe some misgivings about people using Dreamcatchers where they don't belong, or in context outside of ritual or outside of like that cultural angle, but I'm not sure. Isn't there that one Japanese woman that keeps people asleep, yokai? Maybe. Aku is a mythological Japanese-Chinese creature that eats nightmares. Interesting. But yeah, these things could be good to draw in. Leave it to know if it's not made by an indigenous person. Ah, okay. So in a design, that may be a gray spot. But I mean, here's the whole thing. This is a character we're designing, and this isn't a character meant to represent you, the person. This isn't a character that represents Zany inherently. So this character, if it works for the lore and is one of those things that is something that could be interesting to go down the path of, you could bring Dreamcatchers in. This character could be Native American in some aspect. And then that could be useful to bring in that angle. I guess, like, I don't know the specifics, but nightmares could be particular to specific belief systems also. Tapirs eat dreams in Japan. That could be interesting. Dreamcatcher's protection for children and babies as well. Interesting. I guess a Dreamcatcher would probably be the opposite too, though, because this character isn't saving people from nightmares. They're causing nightmares. So I don't know if that would make sense inherently, but yeah. There are demons particularly associated with nightmares, and looking into them in particular, what things are associated with those ones, if there's any visuals or, you know, lore that relates to them, we could bring hints of that in here more, and that might be good. No, there's other nightmare demons that have Dreamcatcher motifs. They're based on spiders. Oh, spiders. Interesting. Research about them? Yeah, definitely do more research about that. But I do think we need something more to that nightmare reference that I don't know if I have off the top of my head without doing that research right now. Nightmare demon called a mare. Yeah, that could be something. There's a bunch of angles we could potentially go down for it, but I think we just need a more specific either demon or something that is just in reference to those nightmares more. Maybe hidden eyes. Wouldn't it be uncanny if your stars in here could blink? Let me see. Where you can have it work in a way where, like, it's not really obvious that they're eyes. It just feels sort of like they have some sort of patterning or detail in them. Oh, that might get into, like, biblically accurate angel or something. But if they're all sort of, like, pointing in different angles, or they could move or blink, that could be very uncanny. And from this distance, they just sort of feel like they are detailing. But if they're moving, it'll be really uncanny. Creatures who cause nightmares by sitting on your chest while you sleep. Is it my cat suffocating me, causing me to have nightmares because my brain is short of oxygen? Maybe. Include hints of common fears like spiders, falling, something like the falling teeth. That could be good also, maybe. I wonder if that could be something that might be useful as opposed to the current necklace, because the necklace right now to me feels a little bit not specific. It's depicting an eclipse, which maybe has relation. I know that's something that struck fear into the hearts of many past civilizations who didn't understand what it was. But I'm wondering if you had the references to, like, teeth falling out or spiders or things like that, I mean, I guess you're not just about fear itself, but subtle reference somewhere to other things people might be afraid of or something could be nice. Look like gemstones. Wait, it needs to be more pronounced. Oh yeah, these, depending on the angle of these, they could look a little bit like gemstones the way I've drawn them. Eye bags are shadow under eyes. Oh, that's true, mayhaps. That could potentially be a good angle. Not that it'll be super obvious because it'll be under the glasses, it seems like, but eye bags, if you're constantly up trying to deal with the nightmares of others or impacting them, wonder how much sleep this girlie's getting. Probably not a lot. Send a Chinese dream yokai in the life suggestions might be helpful. Nice, I see, okay. I think that's a good angle. So, that's concept. That's as far as concept goes. For focal point, it's been nailed. The head is the focal point without any shadow of a doubt. Got the classic, got the Squiiji special. Nope, not that one. Hang on, this one. Squiiji special. Where is there to look but the eyes when you have big, bold, colorful shades? Nowhere else to look. But also, on top of that, having the other elements that are this sort of orange and red staying clustered around the face, the gold only appearing in the rims of the glasses and in the necklace, and the tips of the wings, also in the horns, All of that is working well to draw us in. Having this brighter pink for the lipstick that really doesn't appear much elsewhere. Things are pretty muted. You've bottom weighted the design by using mostly darker values in the lower body. Like, you know, under most circumstances, I feel like people would have said, for consistency, this should be the same as this is. But if you would have done that, it would have been distracting having it down there. So good move in keeping this back into like these cooler tones instead of making it gold. So the face is very focal, thankfully. But as a result, I feel like there might just be a little bit of pizzazz missing from the rest, where the gold all being up here will probably be enough to keep us in the face. But if we had just a little bit of this red, you know, it's down here in the clouds a little bit, but I feel like I just want a little more of it somewhere, like nails or something. I feel like I just want a little more pizzazz in the color. It's very monochromatic for the bulk of the body. Just want a little more variety, maybe somewhere. Maybe that's all it is, just a little bit of that in the nails or somewhere else. This is a nice little touch of it down there, but just a little more of that color throughout, potentially. Don't move the gold to other places, though, if you can help it. Keep it where it is. For the wings, also classic AG critique is look at how wings work. This is the sort of classic, like, bat wing thing where that's not really how wings technically work. If they're meant to be realistic wings, look into how the joints work, where you may have to have like an extra joint here somewhere, you know, it's a shoulder, an elbow, and a wrist, and then the fingers are these points that come down. So right now, it only feels like we have elbow and wrist. We need that shoulder joint as well, probably in the back, where there should be another segment, and then that'll help them feel more specific. Because the shape of the wings, despite having the little diamonds in them, still feel a little bit generic to me. They feel like they weren't drawn with a reference. And I feel like we could use a little bit of that. I'm being picky because I know Zany is a very good character designer, which gives me the leeway to be picky. I know I can push you a little bit because you nail most of everything already, so I get to be a little nitpicky with you and be like, hey, hey, use a reference when you draw your wings. Not relevant, the design's gorgeous, want a keychain of her, right? She is really pretty. Yeah, so, yes. That. Color design, nice, very visually appealing. I just wanted to pop more of some of those red tones more throughout the body. Silhouette, the fact that you have the wings reappearing in the lower part of the body is nice for silhouette. The tail is good for silhouette. The hands being a little less human is good for silhouette. The asymmetry of the hair is good. You have a lot of very natural asymmetry in this design where, you know, the pose right now is maybe exaggerating the asymmetry a little bit, but you know, if we were to be looking at this head on, the collar is not sitting straight on. The collar is at an angle. The whole thing being kind of slouchy in the clothing is adding some symmetry to the silhouette in a good way. The wings are posed slightly separately. It feels like one horn may be longer than the other, and if that is the case, then I would say that that's a good move. If one is not, then I want you to make it be. And I also feel like we could exaggerate that difference as well by making one, like, much bigger, much taller than the other. Because this character already has a little bit of that, like, chaos happening down in the legs and in all the patterning, where I feel like I just want a little bit more of it throughout, where maybe this isn't the angle to have it. Maybe I need to, like, cut this over a little bit more. Made it very sharp. But more exaggeration, potentially, on the difference in their shape, if they're meant to be different, would be good. The crescent moon, one side is bigger, but yeah, the exaggeration would be fun. Wait! Hang on! Wait! It's a crescent! Hang on! You're right, it is a crescent moon. We missed that, and that's kind of what I was saying about wanting more of those things that relate to the dream aspect. Just tilt it. Tilt it. Tilt it. Exaggerate it more. Hang on. Your crescent could be much higher on one side than the other, and I think we'll get that it's a crescent moon faster. I did not pick up on that at all. Tilt it. Tilt it more. 07. Yeah, tilt it more, because now the silhouette is reading much more like a crescent moon. That's actually That's so smart. Crescent moon fangs, perhaps? Also, yeah, we're having an aha moment right now. That's crazy. Okay. I'm so sad that I missed that, but now I can see why I might have missed it. Because I was also going to ask you why they were so rounded, but I see it now. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let me put your shading back on it, but yeah, give me more exaggeration on that. Dang, that's so smart. Also, Dreamcore is a lot of clouds. Yeah. Dreamcore does have a lot of clouds. I understood the cloud inclusion for it. But you drew over it before it looked like a moon. Yeah, I think it was meant to be a moon, but we're making it more moon-like now, so that's good. I think that's a step in the right direction. The hair shape is nice, creating like more squared off ends. The balance between nice, soft, round shapes and some much sharper, more dangerous angles is good. Yeah, okay, hang on. What have we not mentioned here? I'm gonna start grading. What did we not talk about? Color. I was being kind of picky about the color, but I want just a little more of that pop of red, but I don't think that would be fair for me to give you anything other than full points, because your contrast is working, the clarity's fine with it, it's interesting in the color design, it works. For silhouette, a little more exaggeration in the horns. If the wings were a little bit more specific in their shape, if they had like more proper wing anatomy, that would probably also be good for your silhouette. But the fact that you have the goat legs, the sharp fingernails, the tail shape, the asymmetry in the horns, all of that good stuff, that's good for silhouette. Not worried about it. You seem pretty distinct in that manner. For complexity versus clarity, really, honestly, no concerns. I'm reading the edges of everything pretty easily without any difficulty. Yeah, no, not really any concerns there. For focal point, the face is absolutely, completely, irrevocably focal because of all the things you've done with color in a very smart manner to bring us into the face. And then for concept and motifs, I just want a little more. We were making the crescent clearer. I just want a little bit more. Something more particular. Something a little bit more specific. Whoa, wait, higher score than Gormley? The only reason I think this is achieving a higher score than Gormley is probably because this is one of those cases where it's less complicated than Gormley, if that makes any sense. This is less complicated. Therefore, the simplicity is helping you out in this angle, where Gormley has a lot more to balance in the design, where it presents more of a challenge, but a greater reward potentially for it. So that I think is what the difference is there. So what do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.5. And then this was also put on the thumbnail because I thought she was cool. I just like the design. Zany's designs are always so delicious, so yummy. So I don't think this comes as any surprise to any of us, especially the shroommates of the Discord server who are constantly seeing Zany's yummy art. Sometimes tend to get higher scores during Zero Chen. Yeah, they do tend to get higher scores because the more you add to a design and the more complicated they are, the more fulfilling it is when you pull it off correctly. It feels fantastic. That's where we get all of the crazy cleverness sometimes. But because it's so much more to juggle, there's a lot more potential pitfalls. There's a lot more potential for lost points in that, despite trying to do something more clever. So there's like sort of like two sides of a coin here or something. There's a balance to be had where to make something more simple may, and pare it down, will have you inclined to a stronger design as long as you keep it interesting. But on the other hand, there's greater payoff for more complicated designs sometimes when you can get them to work and have them be clever. So it goes either way. But also I should draw a ladder before I finish here. So that was at 10.5, I think was the grade. We will clap, but let me draw a ladder and see if that changes anything. What? Whoops, hang on, that wasn't long enough. Longer sides. Yep, there we go. Bottom of the hoof. I'm not gonna draw one for every stripe on the leg because that just kind of becomes noise. But for the bottom of the wings, for the top of the wings, got one for the slouchy bottom of the jacket, for those things. I don't really know how I want to draw the line for this across the stomach, but I'll probably draw it like that. This is sort of at an angle, but like once again, it's like one of those things trying to draw this angle is kind of strange, but for the top and bottom of it, that's probably good. Top of the wings, the necklace, the glasses kind of get two lines, top of the hair, top of the head. And then the horns were at different heights, but I ended up exaggerating it more. But like, that's not a ladder I would want really anything to do with personally. I don't think like any of this is going to be particularly climbable. Good clustering around the face. Yeah, I would say dangerous. I would say definitely dangerous. Dangerous without a doubt. Yeah, 10.5. Can we get a round of applause for Zany here? It like echoes in the office I'm in a good bit. There we go, turn that off. This was already properly, yeah, correct file format. Good, yay! Good work. Let me get us moving for the next one. Who did I have next here? Figured out the horns reminded me of Homestuck. Oh my god, a little bit. The not cotton candy, the candy corn pattern of color on horns will always take people into Homestuck, huh? Yeah, that's like impossible to unsee. You, thankfully, I think have the inverse of it right now and you don't have all the colors, so you should be safe from that, but if somebody does say it, it will be unseeable, potentially. It will be branded into all of our minds forever, that is reference. Maybe. Okay, but I love that kind of horn, so I think it's good. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's not a bad thing by any means, but that is a funny reference to have, yeah. Hi, Moss Cake! Also, welcome back, Moss Cake. Fantastic, perfect timing of getting back from your appointment, because it's you now. It's your turn. Here's Moss Cake! Another shroomate we've critiqued designs for previously on stream. We had Zany just now, and now we're with Moss Cake. So, Moss Cake. This character's name is Clemmy Days. Pronouns are they, them, and Moss Cake is the creator, Moss Cake of our shroomates of the YouTube area. I finally nailed in my full-on stuff. Clem is a deity of daydreams. That's funny, we went from nightmares to daydreams. Self-love, growth, and respite. I decided to nudge more to a friendly appearance. Honestly, the green is the most important color for me, which, wow, I should have used it more elsewhere, I guess. Sorry, the coloring is flat. This is an orthographic, basically. I know the pearls are over-rendered. I made the stamp myself for another drawing and just used that. That's okay. I guess my main question is this an improvement from my last design? I would say, as far as clarity goes, this is fantastically an improvement. We can open up your previous version like we looked at for like Hoshi and a couple of the other shroomates we were comparing. Let me see if I can find you. Will it be in here? Let's see, we can find where we were before. Although it might take me a second to locate the file. N, M-N, oh, there we go, there it is. Here's where we were before with the design. These are the edits that I had proposed to it, and I think, yeah, 6.5 out of 10, but if I turn off all the stuff that I had done, this is where it was, and here's where we are now with it. I think this color palette is much more appealing visually. I think it's a lot more engaging for us. There's a lot more clarity. The decision to take this into like a centaur body type, fantastic. I love it. I'm here for it. I am so here for it. I love centaur body types. I think they are so cool. Good luck. I've seen you doing some 3D modeling. Good luck. You may have to, there is somebody who I think is an expert on doing centaur body types for humanoid format for VTuber models, and that is Lou Ma. I will try and find them for you. But I think they have a tutorial on how to set it up if you haven't already seen that or found it, and I wish you good luck, but it is so worthwhile, it's so cool. So, I think right off the bat, the clarity here is so much better. And for you having said, oh, the green is the most important color here, the fact that the green is only located around the face right now is doing a lot to make the face so super focal that I am not bugged by the fact that the green is not showing up more throughout, because the green is really drawing us into the face because it is unique to the face. It only is showing up in that one area. If we put the green in more places, it won't be as focal. However, if you want more cool tones throughout, I feel like that might still not be a bad thing to have, where we're getting a lot of pink on pink on pink in this area, where I wonder if, you know, if you just wanted like another cooler color, it doesn't have to fully be green, but you could have something like almost more like darker blue in undertone for this one through here. That's a line tool. Hello? Why is my brush so big? There we go. Where I'll turn this down a little bit. This might be a little bit strong, but since it's not all the way into green, it won't be as distracting, and it's similar in the color family as to everything else in this region, but then it won't feel like the bottom half of this is so overwhelmingly pink. We're getting a little bit more into the cooler colors where the green is living. Yeah. How would that work on a Vtuber model if you only see the top half? Sorry, that's a silly question. I don't think that's a silly question. I feel like, I mean, granted, we will only see the top half of the design, but for me, you can see my hips. And if I were to turn as I am 3D, you would be able to clearly tell if I had a back that was running out behind me still. Like in the body sense. So I feel like that's not something that would be fully lost under that circumstance. Like we would still be able to tell that Moss Cake is a centaur type creature, even if we're just seeing like the very top of the back, like almost in like this area where my hand is on me, on my body. Yeah. Wait, I love that blue. This blue all the way like this might be a little bit too much, but it's not bad. I wonder if maybe I went like this and made it less important, but then we're shifting more into the cool tones in a way that might be beneficial to us. Yeah, maybe the meshes need to be blue here to balance all the pinks out, because this just makes the design feel like it's leaning more into that green as well. So I think that might be in the right direction. Let me put this over the meshes that are here too, so I can see when looking at the side view. The leopard aspect, I think, is much clearer also here. The ears stand out from the hair a lot more since you've gone for the warmer color palette against it. And I feel like for going the route of daydream, self-love, growth, respite, it makes sense to go a little bit more friendly, a little bit more warm. So I think that's going in the right direction. I do still think that your accessories and your hair might need some sort of color in them. And if not like a color, they just need something that's more detailed. I get that this is more of just like a reference sketch, but they feel like they just need something more. Maybe it's, I'll bring the blue back up here or something, but when we had previously made modifications to your design, we had added some more color up in like the crown area. And if you have a lot of the colors that are throughout the design showing up again on top of the head, all in one really close area, that level of detail will really feel like it's helping the focal point as well. It gives a crystalline feel. Yeah, it does kind of give a crystalline feel to the clothing here also, I agree. But yeah, I think we just need a little more color around the head. Having added some of those blues also makes me wonder if we could have like gradations in the hair or something. I feel like this needs a softer transition. Right now it's really blunt, but that's probably because it's sketched in there. And yeah, maybe that green does need to come back just in one location or another, potentially. I'm trying to think of where I'd want that. Maybe it could even be a gradient on this color. Normal color. And then if I just put it like gradating in off of an edge somewhere, that could be good just to give a little bit more distribution of it. Maybe if I put it around the waist, it'll be better. Like if it's coming out from here and then like around the neck or something. Let's see what that looks like. I don't want to put it all the way at the bottom of the design because that would make us more likely to look down towards your feet. But if I gradate that out, and I'll make it less intense. Like if it was like that much. Now there's more green in the design. I feel like that feels a little better. Potentially as far as green distribution, if that is meant to be the most important color. I feel like the way that your tail is posed will also be important to your silhouette, where right now this is orthographic, so it is going to be straight back behind you. Technically, if you're doing 3D modeling, the tail wouldn't even be posed like that. The tail would be posed, straight back. Hello, can I have a drawing of it? It would be posed straight back like this, you know, with those things on it. In a T-pose. But this is fine just for a reference, so we can see what it looks like. As far as your concepts go, daydream, self-love, and growth. That's an interesting combo because those are, two of them are, I feel like self-love, growth, respite are very vibes-based in that we need to get those angles more so from your personality. But as far as growth goes, I'm surprised that the plant motif is kind of subtle right now. Like these laurels in your hair, like, you know, that's something that's classically associated with peace. So that's giving us a nudge in that direction. For daydreams, I'm not sure there's anything in particular here that's making me feel like that is something associated with the design visually. I don't know if anyone feels otherwise, but I feel like I'm not really getting any daydream aspect. If I'm thinking of daydreams, I would think of things being sort of through like a haze or, I don't know. I don't want to push you back in a pastel because I think the color palette that we're using right now is more engaging, but I'm almost wondering if we do need to push you into pastel to get that sort of vibe of daydream, like we're seeing everything through that filter, you know, when you're not really paying attention to things all the way. I'm not sure. Shermates, do you have any suggestions for tackling the daydream angle of this mayhaps? So I'm trying to think of what I might do to make that more apparent visually also. Ah, Empress Anne, thank you for following. I appreciate it. What are the other ones? Self-love, growth, and respite. I mean, thankfully you have sort of the positive vibe that we would associate with those things. I don't know. Wings, sky blue instead of white. Wings could be clouds. Oh, wait. Yeah, hang on. Leave the wings on the waist, but what if, instead of having wings on the head, you know how people talk about when you are daydreaming, you've got your head in the clouds. What if instead of being wings, these were clouds? So that way we're getting that sort of reference potentially, yeah. Concept of daydreams feels like fantasy overlaid on reality. Yeah, like a sleep headband, maybe. Doing a kind of iridescent texture on the mesh. I feel like that would be potentially pushing us in the right direction. Less vibrant colors helpful for dreamy vibe. Yeah, I feel like I like the vibrancy over where you were before, but we could make it a little bit less vibrant, a little bit more pastel, and that could potentially put us in that direction. But I think one of the more clever things we could do is the head in the clouds thing, where what if instead of wings on the head, you can keep the wings in the lower body if that's something you're attached to. Or even, like, you could stylize the wings to be more cloud-like. But if you've got your head in the clouds, you know, that's sort of a euphemism for daydreaming, maybe. Heart-shaped clouds, either a pattern to the clothes or the spots. Yeah, you are a cloud leopard also, right? I think, if I remember correctly, as the species? I can't quite remember, but I feel like you were, and that would relate visually to what we're talking about here. A little bit. Let me shrink these clouds. They've got more optimal sizing and spacing. There we go. Snow leopard. Isn't cloud leopard a type of leopard? Or am I wrong? Am I making something up? Yeah, no, clouded leopard is a kind of leopard, which makes me wonder if that might be better for your concept, for you to be a clouded leopard as opposed to a snow leopard. Because for me, at least right now, the snow angle doesn't feel inherently related to the design. And that'd be a good place we could get some miscellaneous contrast in maybe, but then if you know that this is a cloud leopard, that would make sense for the angle of it. Japan, a single flower sticking out the top of your head symbol for no thoughts, head empty. Already have the ahogai sticking out of the top of the head. A flower or something relating to plants would marry into the growth angle we were sort of looking for. So that does make me wonder if that might be worthwhile, potentially. Having the single flower coming out of the top of the head, maybe. Sunset or mystical vibes. Yeah, now that you say the sunset colors, if this was sunset colored instead of being this sort of purple to pink, that may put us in the right direction. Let me try that. Where you've got this sort of scarf. We did this before. What color is the sunset? I know the sunset's red because Axel Kingdom Hearts told me so, but like a nice like red or something. I'll put that at the bottom here. And then an orange. And I'm not gonna make it super, super vibrant just because I feel like that would be a little bit too distracting. But orange feels just a little too muddy here. Orange. More like transitional. Orange colors in here. Gotta be careful with that against the skin tone probably. And then the yellow goes into the blue, right? So we could have like the sky color come back. Let me see if I can gradate all that together in a way that doesn't feel goofy. But yeah, red, pink, yellow, blue. Oh wait, hang on. Red, pink, yellow, purple. I've done this in a totally strange way. Moss on wing because you're not the most active. That'd be a funny reference to Moss's name being Moss also. But I think we'll just make the note of potentially making this clear that this is in reference to a sunrise, maybe. Very light pinkish screen over, so there's a dreamy coloration, ties everything together. Ah, yeah, that's true. You get like a nice light pink. Wee, 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 goodbye. Get scribbled over. Why have I done this? I could just go like that. I just went to color the whole canvas in manually. What is wrong with me? Like a very subtle, like that maybe. Could be good. Or, alternatively, instead of doing a screen, I could do a color. Well, that won't make it lighter though. I could do overlay. And that might achieve something similar where it is affecting the background color right now, which I can't control. But like that feels a little bit more dreamy. It feels a little pretty. That might be too much, but this might be in the right direction. Name and streaming will be Clemmy, so Moss non-applicable. Noted. So we will not apply the Moss. We will not apply Moss. So yeah, I think this is getting us a little bit more of a dreamy feeling, potentially. Head in the Clouds I think is a good reference. Referencing the sun rising and the clothing I think will be good also. Yeah, so I think that's helping with some of the concept angles we weren't getting. Self-love, growth. These little things being almost like little hearts in the way they're also laurels, I think would be a good hint at that. The pearls, I think if you want to have pearls in the clothing, they're kind of here. Let me re-render them so I can see them right now, because right now they're sort of being obscured. But if you want to have pearls as something in the design, I think you're gonna need to repeat them in more than one place. If you just have them at the hips, they're gonna feel sort of out of place. So like if, you know, these were also pearl, those ones wouldn't be like that because they're below. And then also, you know, maybe they're throughout the sort of like details happening in the hair, or you had earrings hanging off of something here. But if you had those earrings instead of, where was that one? Oh, the earring was just more of these things. But if you had that earring, you could still hang it off of the cloud, which might be kind of funny. And then the pearls could come back in that manner somewhere. Stars, sparkles hanging from the clouds. Yeah. More dreamy. And I feel like adding some of those things is making you feel like a deity a little bit. Almost like you are protecting over those aspects. So I think that might be a good direction to go in as well, potentially. So, okay. For concept, I think that's the bulk of what I had was, for concept, we just need to make sure we're getting those personality angles, maybe the aesthetic properly nailed. Good deal. For silhouette, let me turn off all of these things I did other than some of those just like color changes. For silhouette, you're much more in the right direction than you were before. I think you've made an abundant improvement. The head has so much clearer of a silhouette by pulling all the hair back behind you more. The ear-like wings are a good move as well for adding the silhouette. The hair is fully asymmetrical. The just way that the like sash is drawn is asymmetrical. You've got asymmetry just in the clothing. Yeah. Art or chatting category? We are in just chatting because I'm not technically doing much drawing. I'm kind of doing paint over a little bit, but I'm mostly yapping. I am known for being a yapper. Oh, Lazy Bear, thank you for following also. We're doing a draw over. I didn't draw this. This was drawn by Moss Cake or Clemmy. We're doing critiques. Yeah. Thought those were shrooms? No, no mushrooms. The ribbon, what about something like Sakuya from Okami, the cloudy thing? I'm not familiar with what you're referencing, but I can look that up if need be. But silhouette, I think you're doing a much stronger job of here than you were before. There's asymmetry in it in a way that feels natural, feels interesting. You've got some good positive and negative space interplay happening. Yeah, okay. Let me look at the Okami thing you're mentioning. Sakuya. That's a game that I really should play, is Okami. I just have not ever had the opportunity, but the art style is so beautiful. And I like the way they render nighttime, because they don't make everything so abysmally and terribly dark. I really like the way that they handle nighttime aesthetically. Oh, the sash itself feels like clouds. That's interesting. Let me open this so you guys can see it. The style honestly reminds me a little bit of how the Great Fairies were in Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. A little bit. Briss_PM, also thank you for following, and I will take another sippy of my lovely boba here. Hydrate. Rex did tell me to eat a snack 4 minutes ago. I don't have a snack handy. I really don't. I don't really have a snack handy. How unusual of me. Oh, I have fish crackers. Wait, they're just kind of far. Don't worry. EG's never more than 5 feet away from a source of fish crackers. Even if they think they are. There we go. Get a couple of those for a snack. Technically, it could be considered as art because we discuss it, but at the same time, it could also be chatting for the same reason. Yeah, I've never really, like, as far as category goes, I feel like if I was in the art category, people would assume that I am the one who drew all the things we're critiquing, and I don't ever want that to be, I don't want that misunderstanding to happen. So that was initially the reason why I was in that category, but right now, it's also because I'm stingy, and I'm mad because Twitch made the stupid, icon overlay, whatever nonsense, whatever generated nonsense with the frame for it. It's stupid. So I refuse to use it. I will just be chatting forever, potentially. Which is fine. But yeah, this scarf, man, such a good silhouette. We should talk about Kami someday. This is beautiful for character design. Silhouette is fantastic. It's so symmetrical. The silhouette is so good. Everything's posed so nicely. Nice. Hang on, so yeah. Me, come back. Nope, here. Okami design talk would be so fun. I was talking with Joby in our long car ride about how I should branch out from just talking about gacha designs. Because boy do I want to. I want to talk about designs, character design, that is not limited by the gacha system. We talked about Splatoon, which was really nice. We talked about Guilty Gear, which was also really nice. Man, I want to talk about more variety of things, potentially. But yeah, that idea of having the scarf be a little bit cloud-like in nature might be kind of interesting. Adding a little bit more subtle asymmetry. Or even if it felt like this was like rays of sun or something, we're referencing more things about the sky. Oops, hang on, that's not what I wanted. I'm just putting miscellaneous, like, rounded cloud-like detail on here or something. But that could be good. We don't want to overdo the cloud detail, but just a little bit of it's good. SpongeBob design? Oh my god. Here's the thing. Anytime, if we were to ever critique anything that is a cartoon, it would almost always score really well. Because everything is so pared down to its necessities. I say this as like any cartoon that was relatively popular. Most things that were cartoons that came from Disney or from like Nickelodeon are going to score fantastically because they had good character design teams. Same could be said, there's a whole like, if we get into like any animes that are developed by, oh man, why can't I think of who it is? The people who make, I hate myself. The people who made Promare, who also made Gurren Lagann and also made Lay Your Hands on Me, Kiss an Ivor? Trigger, yeah. Trigger also, their character design is usually genuinely so fantastic. There's just certain studios that have good designers for character design. I would love to talk about their stuff, but that would be too easy because it'd be all stuff I like, essentially. Yeah, Trigger. Trigger always has really good designs too. I would put them on like a similar standing. I don't always agree with the way they depict girlies, but make really good use of color design and also silhouette in similar ways. And they're really pared down. Yeah. Do you have takes on that Cal art style that everyone seems to hate? Yeah, my take on it is that it's fine. If you're gonna hate on the Cal art style, you should hate on any era of anime art also. Of course there are going to be trends in what is popular as far as animation goes, and the Cal Art style was popular because it was, not to say easy to stay on model with, but it was a decent style, it's visually appealing, it's not difficult to stay on model with for the most part, therefore, it works well, and there's nothing wrong with that. And yeah, and I also think that people overstate the similarities they perceive in that style. That one graphic that goes around of, it's like Gumball and Steven Universe and Star vs. the Forces of Evil, and I forget who the fourth one is. The graphic that goes around that people use to be like, meh, 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 that's the Cal Art style, look how similar they all are, it's the bean head, meh, 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 meh. Every single one of those in that illustration, all of them are off model from how they're drawn in their show. It's it's not accurate at all. So I have a lot of opinions on it. It's mostly just people need to cool it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a problem. And they're just looking for an opportunity to hate on Cal Arts. Do I have genuine critiques of Cal Arts and their programs? Yeah, but those are not them. Yeah. But yes, this is also the third design. Fun fact about the bangs. How inspired by Alolan Vulpix. Low-key, I can kind of see that. I see what you mean. Yeah. Kids hating art styles for views on TikTok. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm making EG noises. Sorry. But, yeah, okay, so. Focusing. Focus, roommates. Focus. So, we wanted a little more color variety. Wanted a little more variety in the silhouette. That way the wings don't feel like they're kind of copy-pasted in the way they're repeated. They'll feel a little bit more specific. More of the dream angle. For silhouette, the silhouette I would say was very strong in of itself, but I think the clouds are making it even stronger. No, I'm not a clown. Don't call me a clown. I'm not clowning around. Am I a clown? You think I'm funny? Do I amuse you? But my whole one brain cell talking about this design. Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate the brain cell. Mushroom Pirate, thank you for following also. So, what did we not discuss here? Green's most important color. We added a little more of the green throughout, but I feel like the green being around the face is kind of fine. More distribution of the pearls. They shouldn't just only be around the waist. Pearls are kind of classy anyway. I do need a ladder, that is true. Let me just start the grading and see if that is all that's left is a ladder. Color palette. I think the color palette is the biggest tool we have right now for selling that concept thing that we were talking about, and I think we need more than just that pink. Bring the green more throughout, a little bit more in the cool tones. I think those would all be good moves. So I'll put you, like, here for color. Marked improvement over where the color was before, by far, though. Silhouette, really no concerns. There's some little bits of asymmetry that are enough to make me feel like it's there for flavor, but this character feels like they're meant to be kind of in control and refined in a manner that doesn't make me too bugged about it being mostly symmetrical. But we can add a little bit more subtle asymmetry in a couple of ways. For complexity versus clarity, I think we can add a little more complexity around the face, but the clarity is miles better than it was before. The only thing I will mention to be careful about is with the skin color being the color of the fur or being so close to it, it took me a while to figure out that these were hands. And I also have a funny question here. This looks so close to my low poly hand size. Which is why I was like, wait, what are those? Wait, those are probably hands, aren't they? 'Cause that's how I have shaped hands before, but I would say to be careful about the color of them if they're too close to this, because they may get lost. And I also couldn't figure out what this is. What is this thing that's between the fingers? That's the question. This character should be holding my hand. There you go. A Clip Studio thing I found. Oh, that's interesting. Fingers? These are the fingers? Oh, I see. Like this is the hand and like this is a finger that we're seeing behind it, and these are fingers that are sort of folding in front. I see. Okay. I see. I thought it was something being held between them. I think it's just because it's like sketchier, yeah. Hold it on hand. You're good. I just wanted to know what it was in case it was something that we needed to clarify, if it was some sort of hand accessory. Okay, there we go. I see. Okay, so, you know, hang on. For concept motifs, I think we do need to clarify those angles of the concept just a little bit more. with the color that is helping, with adding more, yeah, mostly the color, I think is doing a lot, but adding the clouds for the head and the clouds aspect, I still feel like there could be more clever things we could add to push us in the right direction. People talking about the, like, you know, flower growing out of the top of the head thing, where would it be maybe too cartoony if you're a Hoge? Nope, hang on, not what I wanted. Try again, EG. Was like almost forming a flower shape at the top of it, because then that might also relate to the growth angle. Looks a little bit like a puffball, but it could be a cute thing to try if that is a specific reference to having your head in the clouds or not having your brain cells currently active and focused, maybe. Good for silhouette also, but it is a little cartoony and silly. So I just want a little bit more. For focal point, let me turn off all the changes we had made. But I think it was very clearly the face because of the green all being clustered right there around the head. It's not really distributed, which, you know, does it have to be? I don't think so. I think it being focused around the face is good for focal point. And then complexity and clarity. The pink on pink thing happening sort of throughout a little bit, I'm not a super huge fan of, where it is causing a little bit of clarity trouble with the legs, where we're almost forming a tangent here. But it's close. It's closer than it was. I think the color still needs probably more change, but the color is all being changed for the sake of concept. Whoops, I've added an extra thing. What was that? Oh, there we go, get rid of that one. Yeah. Yes. I was really tired when I drew this. That's fair. I knew a lot of you guys were rushing to get your designs complete and done in time for critique, and I'm so sorry about that. I feel bad that everybody was rushing to get things done in time. Hopefully, for the next time we have something like this, I can give you a little bit better advance notice, so we aren't scrambling, maybe. Yeah. Let me do a ladder. Oh wait, I have to turn everything back off for that. There we go. Oh, and those. Ladder! And then we'll do counting. We'll see. So there's a line here. That was the bottom of that. Bottom of the skirt. Bottom of the second tier of the skirt. We've got the diagonal pearls. We have the bottom of the wings, the top of the wings. We have this sort of like half of the shirt that's fallen off, the chin. This is a really big line tool for this. Eyes, the wings, and the bottom of the bangs, the top of the head, and then the ears. So based on that, how do we feel about that? Ouchie, ouch. Back home, wanted to say, covers symbolizes good fortune, protection, because of the talk of flower stuff. Ah, I see, I see. I would say this is a dangerous enough ladder for me. Personally, for me, dangerous enough. Got a bit of clustering. These are kind of similar in their width, but these diagonals are helping a good bit, as well as having some that only cover half of the form. So I'd say that passes. Oh, hi, Vil, what's up? Who do it? we don't have a greeting, do we? I dug in my brain for a second to try and figure out if I had a greeting to respond to your hoot hoot with, but I have nothing. Roommates, what do we say to say hi? We have a farewell. We don't have a greeting. Not a raid, just here chilling. I did double check though. You hoot hooted and I was like, was I raided? And I didn't miss it. But hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Would break bones? Definitely. Definite bone breakage happening here. Let me turn all these back on. Whoops, I've accidentally turned on the extra screen. Hang on, go away. Don't need that. There we go. We can break bones for science. Maybe here. Oh, what did I do? There's something weird happening right there. Doing well, sketching a bit? Nice. I am looking forward to, I am in commission work hell. I say it's not hell. I'm enjoying the work I'm doing, but I have like not gotten to draw or work on anything that is not client work in like 3 weeks almost now. I want to doodle so bad. I want to doodle. But anytime I'm doodling, I'm like, I could just be working on the commission work so I can get it done on time. So I have not. Rotate. I mean, we do treat rotate like a greeting a little bit. But I feel like we need like an actual greeting. We say shroom you later. We have a goodbye. Dang, what can our greeting be? Mushrooms don't make noises. The friendliest mushroom is a porta hello. But I fear that if you say porta hello, it'll be more associated with porta potty than it would be with portobello. I fear that would not. Yeah. I feel that wouldn't draw the association we would hope, unfortunately. I don't know. Yeah. Shroomulations? That sounds like congratulations, though, instead of salutations. Get mushroom puns? Oh, we need some help with our mushroom puns. Unfair advantage being an animal. Y'all get to have, like, particular noises that you make that work as greetings and farewells. What the heck does the mushroom say? What does the fox say? Mushrooms at you. Yeah, I just go, here's my greeting. My greeting is... Fun greeting? No, that just sounds like fun greeting. I don't think people would pick up that it's fungi. Chantarello? Chantarello? Is that also another portobello one? Or is that a chanterelle? Oh, chanterelle hello? Oh boy, wait. We'll have to do some research to figure out. Art snack? Bill didn't raid. We don't have to. I don't think we can demand food or taxes from Phil right now. You can just snoop. You can demand things from other. Chanterelle? No. Fun gas doesn't mean anything. That doesn't sound like a greeting. We gotta work on that. Shroomates is like the peak of me and my ability to be clever about mushroom puns. I'm so proud of myself for that one. I'll never do better than that because they were shroomates. They were shroomates, oh my god. What's shroomin'? Fungi? Fungi's not bad. Fungi's not a bad one. Fungi I can write down maybe. Fungi. I still feel like we can do better, but I will write down fungi. My notes also that I've written here are so unclear. I have my son's name, Gary Fungo. I have the word gives below it. I have squeegee hair, white on top, natural on bottom. Paradise killer, golden idol. Kill me. Baby. I don't know what that means. Fungi. IT guy duck. Expedition 33. Strange horticulture? Blue Paradise game, Miku Design Monday, Hutch Detective, Aiko, hot chocolate with mushrooms, and then I just have a thing that just says Hoshi, all caps on it. My notes are incomprehensible to people who don't know what's going on. Morello as hello? Oh, like a morel? Morello? I don't know if people would understand that that's a greeting though. Morello! Shroomlo, like hello. We'll keep working on it. We can keep working on it. But I have envy. I need to think of a greeting. We gotta keep moving though, because it's 5 o'clock and that was our third design, so that's not fantastic for us. Man, I have to succeed in getting through all these designs. Man, I have to succeed. Nice, sounds like Marco Polo. It does. Okay, Moss Cake, 2, 4, 5, or wait, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10. That's a line tool still, e.g. Please. Yippee. You scared me, I thought it was 5 CST. No, 5 EST. 8 out of 10 for Moss Cake. What did you have before? What was it? Where was my grade here? Was it here? 6.5 out of 10? Hell yeah! You got some points back! Let's go! Good work, Moss Cake! Can we get a round of applause for Moss Cake, please? Good work. Marked improvement in every manner, I would say. Good work. I'm proud of you. It's cute. I also am very here for the centaur angle. Let me save that. We'll see. Some of these we may also move through kind of quickly because some of them we don't have a ton of like critique, not to say critique to give, but there's not a lot of changes to suggest mayhaps for some of them. And that tends to be when we move faster. So here we have Lucky Puppy next. This is our next fella. Are you here? I saw you earlier. Lucky Puppy, I see you're here. I realize I didn't pester you. I should have pestered you for details.
My character design was inspired by if the white dragon was a human. Luck Dragon is a character in the very old movie Never Ending Story. Laura's eyes strained to find a way to get back home. When I landed in this world, I landed face first and got amnesia. Mascot is Lucky Frog that was accidentally taken with me from my home world.
Okay, let me write down some notes here real quick. So, interesting. Okay, so the notes are Luck Dragon. Okay. Very old movie, Never Ending Story. Then this world face first, got amnesia, okay. Mascot's a frog taking me from my homeworld. So luck is like the big word. Here. So I'll circle that, okay. Love a good amnesia-inducing faceplant. Me too. Me as well. Feels like an Otome Sim character. A little bit, I could see it. Got nothing, I just ate it, capitalizing on being a mushroom. Fungi. We were trying to figure out Fungi, if that could be potentially the angle. Yeah, that's okay. I can research some better greetings. Myself, it's somehow. Feel old when you call Never Ending Story really old movie? When did Never Ending Story come out? I might also feel that way. Oh, it's from the 80s. Okay, it's not that old, but that's... If it was from the 60s, I would say it's really old maybe, but not the 40s, or not the 80s. Oh gods, oh, you're causing psychic damage. Your HDMI, thank you for following. Okay, so, funny enough here, so here's my thought. Here's what I was thinking. Now that you've told me that this is in reference to Never Ending Story, I understand the particular dragon reference, because I would have never gone in the direction of dragon. But if you guys don't know what Never Ending Story is, the dragon is very dog-like. So if you guys are not getting dragon from this design, this is why. This is what the dragon looks like in that. Very dog-like nose, big dog-like ears, furry. It is a Chinese-style dragon, but yeah, very dog-like. So, yeah, dog snake. So that's why it's maybe... We're getting more dog and angel from the design right now, and I feel like there may be something we can do to get that just a little bit more in, where we're getting the hint that there is dragon. Yeah, don't ride horses in swamps. That's a good note. Dragon's technically a very loaded term when you go back far enough for the word. That's true. That's true. The amount of times that I've managed to say dragon and goblin on this stream, and you guys are all so nice and polite to me, and you guys know the rules and follow the rules very well, and I get to be immediately relieved. But I will tell you, I do have fear in my heart every time I say those words, where I'm so used to. Joby gets me every time when I say something like that, so. This is a safe space where I can say words, and it's fine, I'm safe. Okay, so what I think may need to happen just for us to get that like subtle dragon thing here, because I think that's important for also the luck angle mayhaps, is, I shouldn't have closed that image, is the way that the scales are handled in Chinese dragons, where this is fur, I believe still, if I'm remembering correctly from the movie. This is still fur, but the fur is almost cut in a manner that it creates the scales. Like it's trimmed back and only grows to a certain length. And I feel like using this sort of texturing in the wings for the feathers might work, but I feel like we could maybe use it somewhere else as well, or even if we just had a subtle snake-esque pattern somewhere that could be used to great effect maybe. I know that the snake may not necessarily, or having a snake pattern may push us in a direction that we don't want as far as the read of the character, where people tend to associate snakes with being sort of conniving or slippery or stuff like that. But you know, snakes are kind of smart, and I feel like that's one of the angles that makes sense for a character that is luck-based in some manner. Also, incredibly unlucky of you to have face planted if you're about luck. Jacket fluff, maybe the hair. You know what? The jacket fluff might be I might say the jacket fluff could be good. Right now the jacket fluff is reading as smoke, so it might be too much to do it to that, but if it was subtly on the pants, that would work. And also, as you zoom throughout, I will say from a distance, I know that there's a lot of little things that are hinting at luck, but they're really small. So if we zoom in, you can see that there is, you know, a wishbone, we've got spades, all the suits of a card deck, we've got four-leaf clover at the ends of the, I guess, like hoodie ties. We have 777 on the belt as a lucky number. There's dice down here. You feel a little bit more like a gambler to me than you do somebody who is based inherently just on luck. And I feel like some of these motifs may need to be either bigger or the way they're incorporated could be slightly different, so that way we can see them from a distance, because from back here, I'm not really getting much of that. Yeah. Slaying to this casino, yeah. Subtlety actually could be really cool. But see, yeah, I don't mind the subtlety, but I feel like we could work it in more specific ways too, where like, right now, you know, this is directly, all of the things are handled as decals. None of it is worked into the shape language of the clothing. All of the luck symbols are exactly what they are. This is a spade that is the zipper pull. This is a four-leaf clover that is the bottom of this and is exactly itself in metal. The sevens are all exactly directly sevens. I feel like there could be subtle ways of working those things into the design where they're not as on the nose, but then when you do look, we're getting them more readily and they're a little bit bigger and maybe more exaggerated. Untied shoelace, little things that the character is lucky to have avoided. That's funny. I feel like that would almost relate to the angle of having face planted. I would be game for that, maybe. But like, things where it's like, okay, if we're referencing sevens as being a lucky number, if you had an object that is in here appearing 7 times, that could be good. Or referencing it, you know, this is very direct in the 777, but if you had like VII instead, that could read more like it is a belt buckle itself, but then is still also referencing the 7. 3 sevens, could have them distributed in multiple places. Yeah, we do need more of the luck motifs near the head. There is a single die earring, and I'm gonna be honest, the die, the way it's currently executed feels a little bit strange. It's a little bit tacked on, where like the way this is connecting doesn't really make sense to me. Where like it could be a charm, it should have some sort of like thing that is connecting it as far as chains go, maybe. It's really small, so I'm not reading it super clearly either. And then where it is in the ear, I feel like there's something we could use better than the die for the earring, where I feel like your wishbone might be better for that area. You know, for referencing dog, having the bone is good. And like, part of me was also wondering if like these things could feel more like wishbones if they came to like a more rounded edge at the top or something. I'm trying to think of what ways I can make the luck symbols more physically involved in the clothing, because right now they are just objects that are self-contained. They're not influencing the cut of the clothing or anything like that. And I feel like that's what I'm missing here. 7 horns, do a Chinese coin luck knot on the neck. Yeah, like stuff like that I think would be good. Elongated coin was on the forehead of Maneki Nekos. Yeah, I think we need to make sure we're picking like, whoa, I don't know if we have to, but picking, not just taking the luck symbol from everything, maybe. More luck motifs near the head. Yeah. 7 horns, 7 horn shapes. Let me look at just some Chinese dragons also. Because they do have horns. And I'm wondering if that could also work as being something that's in the collar. Oh wait, none of the horns are on the head if they're horns coming back from like behind the eyes. Although I guess we don't have to do directly that. Huh. I'm puzzling. Today, I feel like I'm a little rusty. Looks like a car trinket. Yeah, it looks like a car trinket, and that's why, like, it feels a little bit corny almost to me, the way it's included in it, where for the dice, I'm trying to figure out how I would also do that. If Chinese dragon, there's also specific numbers in China that are lucky. That's true. Red also, let me just say this right out the gate. Red is the lucky color, right? Red is a color of luck and prosperity. So the fact that there's no red at all here is kind of surprising. 8 is lucky in Chinese culture. The R is a symbol of luck in the movie, however, it'd be too close to copyright stuff. Probably. We don't probably need to go that one-to-one with the movie itself. Yeah, red is lucky. And I feel like that, the fact that there's no red in here is kind of surprising to me. A lot of symbols in Chinese culture that are lucky. Yeah, so if we're gonna go for a Chinese-style dragon as the reference, I wonder if we would like to have more Chinese cultural references to luck. I wish I knew more of them off the top of my head, but I am unfortunately not super familiar with them. Yeah, auspicious symbols, yeah. I know that there's like certain hours of the day that are lucky to certain people depending on like what year you were born in and stuff like that. Green's luck color as well to some point. Yeah, I think that's more of a, I think, Western thing maybe. But yeah, some of those references might be good. I'm gonna drop them in live suggestions. You are welcome to. If you guys have suggestions for lucky, for different things that could be good symbols to add, go for it. Drop them in there. But I generally, I think even if we do pull more of those symbols in, I think we need to work the symbols into the clothing more, because right now they are a little bit flat where they are on top. Like, I enjoy the way that these are a part of the sleeve. I feel like that's one of the better integrations, and these being at the bottom of these pulls I feel like is a good integration. But yeah, like if this gold stuff in the necklace, it feels like it's not super specific right now, but if instead of just being like a more basic necklace was tied in, I don't know what that specific knot looks like that you guys were mentioning, that is a luck knot. Let me see if I can Google it. Like the chain is tied in that. Oh wait, no, I know exactly what that is. Never mind, I lied. I literally have this hanging on a straight sword that I own. That's funny. Question if it's meant for more general luck or if the concept of lucky to be alive would be possible. That, you know, that is true also, considering that this character has amnesia from falling flat on their face. It may be good to have that as a potential angle as well. So this is the one where it's like taller and then shorter, and it's kind of like the squared thing, right? Hang on. Taller, shorter. Shorter, taller. I haven't really done a very good job of drawing how this knot actually looks, but the thought of having, you know, instead of the necklace just being any general necklace shape, this is tied into a knot in a way that's more specific. Recently, I don't know if you guys have noticed how many times I've suggested this recently, but I really loved seeing people who had their hoodie strings tied in some sort of knot like that too. I've seen it on, I think it was on TikTok or something, where they tied their hoodie string into some sort of knot or Celtic knot, and that could be interesting. I think we suggested that in our last one also, in our last crit, where that would be a good reference potentially. That's working with the parts of the clothing we already have, if we were to do something like that. Meant to be more general. Send the live suggestions. Thank you. Appreciated. Let me see. Ooh, where's live suggestions? Here we go. Live suggestions. Ah, lucky knots, magpie, 5 bats. Interesting. Oh yeah, the coin could be good. Like, I feel like the coin might work better for the earring, potentially. We've seen that used before. The tassels. Yeah. Luck things immediately go towards gambling. There's a very distinct flavor of luck being at the right place to avoid misfortune. Yeah. Because I think that unless the intention is for you to feel like a gambler kind of lucky person, may not want to go have as many of those things going on in the design right now. Albatross are good luck. Make them the wings invoke it. Ah, albatross. Oh, an albatross knot is also a type of knot. For an albatross, the wings would have to be dark in certain places. But yeah, what culture do they want to pull from specifically? That's a good question. So, Lucky, I have a lot of questions for you here, potentially, in relation to your theming, which is that, are you wanting to pull from any particular culture for the luck angle? Because right now we're getting, like, mostly gambling motifs, aside from the fact that you have the wishbone. What angle do you want from the luck also? Is it we are lucky to be alive, or is it you are trying to be like a Las Vegas gambler type of luck? And then also, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, I feel like I just need more detail about what direction we want with it. But generally my thought here is that the symbols should be more integrated into the clothing. They feel like they're a little bit stamped on right now. And then also, if you're referencing that particular kind of dragon, I still want something that is in reference to scales. Because otherwise you look like an angel puppy, and I don't think people are gonna get that you're a dragon at all. And without the specific reference base of that movie or just general familiarity with Chinese dragons, they might not pick it up. And there's not other things that are pushing us in the direction of Chinese dragon here in a way that would happen. We can have a subtle pattern motif towards the edge of the feathers since it'll be darker there. Yeah, for the albatross that could work. I am just going to really quickly and messily, I'm gonna make it really transparent potentially. Just a subtle snake-like texture at the ends of some things. I don't think I want it to go all the way up the leg because that might be too much. But like if it like tapered out and then this pattern also repeated like maybe at the ends of the sleeves, or maybe it needs to be somewhere higher because if it's only at the ends of the sleeves, we might not be able to see it just in regular VTuber view. But I think we just need that subtle moment of something else for the layering. That looks nice. Thanks. Thanks. Might need a little more than where I have it now, but just so that we get a little bit more of that in. Like it's very subtle. Might be in the right direction. Oh, bye, Veruca. Thank you for stopping by. Prefer to pull from America, North America, as it helps my viewer base relates. Ah, okay. So not leaning too hard into Chinese dragons then maybe. I feel like that's almost more challenging to me because I feel like a lot of the stuff as far as like American luck symbols are like really goofy. Like it's bad luck to walk under a ladder. You're supposed to put salt over your shoulder for good luck. Yeah, 4-leaf clovers. I wonder if there's a way we could make your wings read like 4-leaf clovers with the way they're shaped. Lucky pig, lucky penny, yeah. Deep blue color on the hair strands. I feel like we need some green in here if we're going for like North American angle of luck. The ears thought they were short. Yeah, America's very silly. Very tough, thus the look overall. Yeah, that's fair. I will say that is very tough, but I mean, at the same time, you were already referencing a Chinese dragon in the luck angle with that movie reference particularly. So having a little bit of another cultural reference might not be bad to bring in. I think of what I would do. It is tough because we are so goofy. More gambly, but horseshoe. Yeah, like that's so gambly still. Or like you could have like a lucky rabbit's foot isn't another thing, which if you're a dog, in some manner, that might feel like you killed it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe green, but red's also considered lucky, but not in the US. Yeah, not in the US. If we add green, that combined with the scales are gonna push us towards snake, though. Yeah, I see the conundrum here. I see the conundrum. This is one of those things where I would almost. Sometimes I get stumped. This is a thing I can freely admit to all of you. I get stumped sometimes. I don't always have the answers, but for me, I often get stumped when I'm working within confines where I'm trying to make something that already exists be modified, but still preserving the bulk of the way it is. For me, I feel like rehashing the clothing, like 80% of the way would be where I would go to get that stuff across, potentially, where like, is there a particular aesthetic that you are drawn to, Lucky? Where right now, where I'm kind of, the cold read for me, if I was just looking at you, you seem like an angel, you seem like you're ice themed, and you seem a little bit gambly, but also like, your clothing isn't giving me a particular, like you look like somebody from a snow region. And I'm wondering if there might be a more particular aesthetic we could pull from that, therefore by working in some of the green would push us in the right direction. I feel like I'm stumped only because there's not a lot of edges left to modify. Yeah, it's giving Snow Angel right now at first glance. Where like, in just like my like off the dome things that I was thinking of, I was like, okay, well what if the wings had more of like a clover shape to them, but then that might feel too rounded for how this design feels like it wants to be a little bit more harsh. Leprechauns might not be a bad idea. I mean, looking into them. Yeah, leprechauns, once again, a little goofy, potentially, for what this is aiming for. More card motifs could potentially be good. Thinking of subtle ways of like, you know, is there a way we could do subtle like roulette patterning somewhere? I need more asymmetry here too, because this is completely symmetrical, other than this one hip chain. I'm gonna Google luck symbols. Lucky charms. Let's see. Ladybugs, keys, goldfish. Hey, somebody said Amanita was scarier earlier. That's funny, yeah. Playa Garrick in Germany. That's interesting, they are. Jade, pennies, slot machine, shooting star. Shooting stars and rainbows are associated with luck also. If you want to go away from the casino angle, sort of how casinos look themselves, you want to go gambling. Yeah, maybe, potentially, I could see that. Added as a pattern in the jacket itself. Maybe. I was trying to think of like a roulette pattern, but I do almost feel like, you know, we already have the cloud-like collar. I'm wondering if the rainbow or like shooting star aspect would be better, and that those might be subtle and we could work them into the clouds in an interesting manner. 5 penny, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Roxy Manticore, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Shooting star sounds interesting, doesn't hit more of that heavenly vibe. It does, and that's the trouble here. I feel like, so hang on, here's my thought here. So, let me formulate this. The thought here is that the problem is that there are too many things that are making us think the wrong thing about this character. I understand the want to reference the never-ending story. I understand that want, but because the way that that is being interpreted is giving you very direct dog ears and very direct, like, angel wings, we're getting our, like, wires crossed here as to what the intent is. Where people who are familiar with that movie, and as you were saying, having primarily American audience who may not be familiar with those kinds of references maybe, it's making it tough. It is making it quite tough. Because I'm not reading dragon, even knowing those things, I'm not reading dragon, I'm reading angel. And there may be some things we could do about that, where if the wings had more of a sharpness to them, or had more of like the finger structure, and just had the feathers between them, that could push us dragon in a way where, like, right now they are, you know, if you had the, like, you know, cross-section bits where here's the finger and then you get like the sharp tips from it. And this travels all the way down the front edge. Instead, if you look at what wings actually look like, but then just by making them a little bit more like that, we can still have them be feathered, but then we might get the reference of dragon a little bit easier. Also, the cute little frog at the bottom is also very cute. It's a good mascot design. But look, this guy's got all these coins. You don't have any coins in yours. You have coins potentially. Tail with feathers at the end. Yeah, like a tail with feathers at the end might also be helpful. We do need stuff in the upper body as well, potentially. But I followed you on here. This art is fire. Thank you, Roxy. I appreciate it. I did not draw this. We are critiquing this art. I did not draw this, though. Concept's really fun. Reality's making someone really humanoid with it feels like being an extremely hard realization. Yeah, maybe. Apparently in the book, the dragon looks more like a lion. Interesting. Never thought of it in that way, that there are many things that make you think the wrong thing in the design. Yet, like, that's where I'm getting stuck, is that we're trying to add things that make you think the right thing, but there's so many things that are misleading us right now, and I feel like that's what we have to combat. A dragon tail, you know, if I were to draw it down here, coming out from like in here, make it sort of thick. If it could have like a darker or a different color on the underside, that would probably also be good and helpful. And then also having patterning, but then it does erupt into feathers at the end. Uh-oh, I'm doing it on top of something that's the same color, but like, I may have to put my outline modifier on it, but like if this is feathered at the end, a outline on it, maybe make the outline dark so we can actually see what we're doing. There we go. Like this might help push us in the right direction, having some of the scales, having scales integrated into the way the wings are connecting the body. Oh no! My horrible sketchy nature up here is gonna come back and bite me in the butt now because I did this on the same layer, but I think we just need more things that are pushing us in that direction to get the dragon. I think that's gonna be important. The ears, I know why they're black, and I know that it's for contrast, and you've done the right thing. You've done the right thing. You've done the thing I would have told you to do, but they don't feel like they're consistent with the rest of this. That's why I'm getting angelic puppy. And I'm wondering if we could use subtlety to make them similar in color to the other things, but feel like they are still being handled in the same nature that the other parts of like the wings are being handled, where if they're sticking out off the side of the head, we'll believe that they are ears, but if they were a little bit fluffier to go with the feathers and stuff like that, that might also help as well, because it'll be a different texture than the hair is. And I feel like when we're talking about like the Chinese dragon, like with the like dog aspects, they tend to be a little fluffier as well, potentially. So like I feel like that's a little bit more consistent. I thought they were horns. Yeah, they did look a little bit like horns to me as well. Hue shift, I feel like light green works pretty well. Ah, okay. A hue shift might be in our future. Valcor, the last luck dragon. Oh, for magic! Wait, that's... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Hang on. Oh, I can't copy it, wait. Valcor, mirror. Long whiskers. Oh, we're always trying to figure out how to put whiskers in designs, but I feel like that would be... Oh, but these are almost whiskers themselves already, but they're so far in their face, I wasn't getting it. Hang on. Wait, there's things that are going in the right direction here, potentially, maybe. Patched light blue jacket, making it coppery like a lucky penny. Yeah, wait, hang on. If we did a color palette reimagining, follow me. Color palette reimagining in green and copper, as opposed to blue and gold. Yeah. Yeah, if these were longer, that might also help. But hang on, let me just try making... That's gonna be too much. Let's see if I can do this in a way that I want it, the way that I want to do it. Green and copper as the overall color palette instead of blue. Because I will say, you are a little bit Jack Frost also right now because of the blue too. So okay, let's go like this. I'm gonna turn it down because this might be a little bit strong. Might be a little bit too saturated. Like, subtle green undertone, and then, you know, green is already the color that pennies oxidize in. If we want to put coins in the design, we can make them pennies because those are associated with luck already. You get a new layer, get a color layer, and make this a little bit more orangey. For copper, I might need to make it darker, but like that's not quite right, but I can hue shift it further after I've painted it all in. But that might be a better color palette to get that angle across to us. Blue and gold is serving rich. I mean, that's true. Glasses with dangly things that are the whiskers. Yeah. Could also do, since we have the ears up there, could have a long earring of some sort potentially also. Hang on. Oh, I should have replaced the blue in the hair also potentially, but I think that that might be in the right direction, having more green. I might hairbrush out some of that and just fade it into green, but it's not too much. And then let me come get the green again and put it in the hair. Let's see if any of this is going to work the way I would like it to. I feel like these might be steps in the right direction here. Green better. Blue and gold is rich. Mother-in-law color scheme. Feather earring. Okay, I could see that. Pitching in is language owl. Interpretation of luck between cultures and languages too. Fortune gets mistranslated as luck quite often, while luck leans more towards chance. Fortune's more towards success. Ah, okay. Thank you, language owl. Thank you, green language owl, as I try and make this also green. Slay. Yeah, I think we're moving this in the right direction. Jacket could be patterned, color blocked like a roulette wheel, maybe. White and gold feels godlike and by extension lucky in a way. That's true. Giving toothpaste right now. No! It's the hair. It's the streaks in the hair. The hair may be better served not having all these little individual streaks, but maybe having an ombre off the tip of like the front or something. Not crest. Make the streaks gold. Maybe. Okay, but I think generally what we've come to the conclusion of here is that we've gotten hung up in a bunch of places. I have to keep us moving because we have more designs we have to get through, unfortunately. I gotta keep us moving, but the general consensus, here is that we are being misled as far as concept goes. We're being heavily misled. We need more from the dragon elements. Give us a tail, give us more skeletal nature in the wings where we can see the fingers like you can in dragons, even if we want them to be like very beautiful and ethereal. These are really chunky and gross the way I drew them, but they could be much thinner, much more delicate to kind of match the elegance of the rest of the design. But yeah, feathery scales I think are helping. Adding a little bit of scale patterning into things will be the right move. I do think you should have some of these luck symbols exist in a more subtle manner or in a way that they're more integrated into the clothing themselves where, you know, I didn't really manage to do much of it, but having like knots tied in things that are in a lucky shape, or, you know, if you had, like, if there was a button that is a penny, that feels a little bit more like we're using the penny in a clever manner. I appreciate that this is a zipper pull, but I generally think that for the concept, we're being misled. I think that's most of the trouble here, is just the misleading nature. For color palette, that is not helping with the misleading nature, but the color palette itself, the way it was mostly fine. I didn't really have any clarity issues. I do feel like it could use to have another color for interest's sake in the palette, which the green is sort of helping with. But I feel like we just need a little bit more from the color in the design. I'm gonna start grading and then we'll see if I've missed anything that I wanted to say in particular. But for color palette, it's okay. There's not really an issue with it, but I don't know if it's doing as much as it could be for us. For concept and motifs, we're being actively misled despite having some of the right elements there. For focal point, get rid of all what I did. The focal point is the jacket for me and the chest, because the face and the hair is so light and bright, and same as the collar. And then we have the darkest thing in the design on the chest, which is surrounded by it. So I feel like almost the face needs something that would be darker or bolder in some manner in order to pull us in more to it. Alternatively, this doesn't have to be so dark behind there, but I don't know if the focal point is quite the face. It is a little bit the chest. For complexity versus clarity, that is fine. Your hair and skin color are very similar, but I'm not having any trouble with them because of the shape. The hair being so sharp, I think is differentiating it enough for me. So I don't have any issue with that. And then with silhouette, you are completely symmetrical. Let me draw a ladder on you. But I feel like we need more asymmetry here, just in general also. Voracious the dwarf, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hang on, let's... Oh, the wings are definitely a part of it, but if I make it that wide, it ceases to be a ladder. Make it narrower. So... Oh, but the shoe's kind of like not as posed, so we'll pretend it's not. Oh, and the wings on the ankle of the shoe is also probably putting us in the direction of God, because we're used to associating winged sandals with like Hermes or other gods too. So I think that's another one of the red herrings we're seeing in the design too. Gloves, both are the same. There's the cuff, there's the belt, and the bottom of the fluff. There's that thing, here's the zipper. Bottom of the coat, bottom of the wings, bottom of this wing, top of the wing. Got some gold elements in here. Your top of your shirt collar, your chin. These, I'm gonna draw a line straight across for hair, eyeballs. So I would say that this is a quite passing ladder as far as clustering goes, but you are completely symmetrical other than your one little hip chain. And as far as suggestions go for that, tail being posed off to one side will help. The wings being posed slightly differently could help. You're not fully lucky, apparently. You face planted, so having a shoelace untied, having things that are ever so slightly askew might be good. And then also, as we were saying, like maybe like tying this into some sort of knot. Some of these elements that are in the clothing could be a little bit more asymmetrical to get us that asymmetry we are yearning for. But you don't fail the ladder test by any metric. Just want a little more from it, potentially. You're welcome. Been a long time fan of you on other platforms. Buddy told me this stream, and I had to check you out today. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy. About to ask last week how to improve silhouette for male VTuber pants. Fantastic question. Difficult answer. The answer is that masculine formal wear pants suck in silhouette. You either have to make them baggy around the ankle or wide in the ankle, give them like a wide leg pant, or you have to do something interesting with boots. If you're going for like something princely, you can do some boots and that works nicely for adding more interest to the silhouette down there. But unfortunately, just by the limits of menswear that exists and not trying to be cartoony or corny, it's tough. It is tough. We should do some reference. We haven't done a fashion research in a while. We should collect some Pinterest boards on stream one of these days to Pinterest boards that are for solving our most common troubles. Just of like strategies and solutions of a Pinterest board of men's fashion, that men's formal wear that solves our lower half of the silhouette issue, or designs that solve the white hair, white skin trouble, or like any number of those things. I feel like that'd be good, so we can have that at the ready and have those suggestions better on hand for when we need them. Yeah. I knew the background work on my thesis about clustering. Caught me off guard when you said that. Lance, I'm in your house, I'm in your brain, I'm in your mind, I'm writing your thesis for you, I'm reading it over your shoulder. Sorry. A Pinterest board with sunset colors. Sorry. I don't fully have aphantasia, but I don't have good mental picturing. Could. Potentially, that might be good. Not gonna lie, but Emmys of these streams seem so radical. Love your very in-depth work you're doing here, very insightful. Thank you, I appreciate it. I felt there was sort of a gap in the types of help that are offered to VTubers as far as design goes. There was definitely a need for it, so I wanted to lend my 2 cents. And it's like the main skill I have is character design. Also, I teach art for a living, so I was like, what the heck can I do with that? But I'm glad you're enjoying it. But I feel like everyone has one of those kinds of skills where you may have something about you, anyone, that you're like, wow, that's all I got. That's all I got is I know a thing about character design. There's some way you can use that. And if you can find a way to use that in a way that helps people, it just makes it all the more fulfilling. I don't know, it works out. Hi, Sheriff. Hi. Oh, you guys are greeting each other, hello. Pinboard for centaur body types. Yeah, there's a whole number of things that we could have pinboards for. We should do that. We should make a Pinterest boarding stream for one of our Fridays, potentially. I feel like that would be good. Because I feel like that I do have gaps in knowledge. I will say, I have filled my gap in knowledge about J fashion quite sufficiently, I feel like. I've gotten much better with it. Where I'm recognizing like OG fashion, different kinds of Lolita fashion, streetwear, that kind of stuff, much better than I used to. But I still haven't fixed the menswear thing, and none of us have, so we gotta work on that. Let's get going in the notes. Increase our visual inventories, our inventory we have in our mind of things we can pull from. Yeah. So let me finish grading this so we can keep moving. So this is 2, 5, 6.5 out of 10. If it weren't for the misleading nature, this would probably be scoring better. I feel like concept is often the thing that gets a lot of our designs down. What did I just say, 6.5? Concept is the hardest
for your
part.
Professional opinion and looking over the character.
Of course! Thank you for submitting, and thank you for donating to charity for us for this event. It was very kind of you. Thank you, Shrewmates, for all of your beneficial suggestions also. Thank you for all of your help. Can we get a round of applause for Lucky Puppy also? I love that you're using Gary to speak on behalf of you. Round of applause! Let me turn back all of my things on so that way, ooh, not the ladder though. So that way when I save this later, oopsie, hang on. Is this where that is? Where do I have those notes? There. That way when I save this and stick it in the server later, we can have it there. Yeah, Hang on, did I miss something else? For sure, mental health professionals are very much valuing people bring their skill set to the space. Yeah, I love to see it. And it also works so well because when people bring whatever their specialty is into VTubing or streaming or really any part of their lives, it works because we can see you're passionate about it. So when we can see that passion, it's so much more fun to watch when we see the passion, right? EJ, I was wondering if you had a chance to check your VGen. Sent your request a little while ago. No pressure though. The VGen is scheduled out like 2 months from now right now. The level of interest in that is astronomical beyond my wildest belief, and I'm very appreciative of it, but it is a lot to keep track of, so I am picking my way through it as best as I can, but I will say that I am still messaging up to like 10 to 15 people a day getting through it, so it may be a minute. I appreciate everyone's patience with it as always, but it is a little tough. The demand, I am honored to have that kind of demand, but it's a little overwhelming. So I do my best to schedule everything as best I can, but it may take a little bit of time to get there. Yeah, good work takes time, and man, if I am not the king of queues, I am the king of queues. Where do I submit mine? Working becoming a VTuber sometime in October. I wanted to design the concept art, but commission an artist and rigor after. Exclamation point critique for some help. That's where we submit designs for the free critiques, if you would like. What they were discussing is paid critiques, which are private. I don't do those ones on stream. The queue for those is about 2 months out right now, I think. It might be a little more than that at the moment because I've had a little bit of a wild June right now. The queue for the free critiques is unknown. We are in the 400 range now, I think 350 to 400 range. And there's, I think, almost 1,100 entries right now. So maybe a minute on that one. But yeah, Lucky Puppy, thank you for submitting again. I gotta keep us moving. I think I am... we may get close to getting through all the ones we were supposed to. I'm gonna rearrange the order here because we had somebody who is in attendance. I don't know. Kiwi, if you are here, you are welcome to let us know and we can try our best to make sure to get to you. But since this person was here, I don't remember what was your new name? You have changed your name since what was written there, and I don't want to call you the wrong name. Hera. Yes, you are here. Hi, Hera. I want to do yours next since you are here. So we will look at you next. If we have time, we will look at Kiwi, who was a thumbnail fella. But yeah, that's her. Oh, that's her? Is this the fellow you knew who knew you were doing the stream? So we'll start with you here then today. So I've got a little bit of detail here, but can we get your updated details in here just to make sure we refer to you properly? So your name is Hera. Hang on. Nope, that's the color white. Can I have the color black, please? Very good. Very good. Hera Akita. Oh, like Anakita. I see that. Hang on. What are your pronouns, Hera? Oh, it's on the Twitter DMs. You can post it here if it's easier. Oh, wait, you're so right. Hang on. What are your pronouns, however, also? She, her is fine. Bet. Thank you. She, her, and at X Hera Ida. Cool deal. Okay, let me put this here for our reference. Capitalize that so we can read it. Very good. Okay, got that. I'm gonna use this one. I think this. Oops, not this. This reference is very nice just for angles and breakdown of the clothing, but this will be easier for our purpose in any editing that we might do. And then let me snag. I'm gonna move you over. Sorry, I'm gonna rearrange you just a little bit here. Whoop. We're here. No? Oh, hang on. Don't sever the ear. Come on. There we go. Move you over so I can put the details next to you, potentially. So, here, Akita Inu. Trope is that she's a final girl, has survived her very own horror game. Oh my god, good for her. She's the last survivor, is here to tell her story. She's emerged battered and bloody but not broken. Takes inspiration from survival horror games such as Silent Hill. Important for me to have her tail curl up on her hip, as that is a defining feature of an Akita. I said Akiba. Not quite. Okay, so let me just write the quick notes here, which is that you are... I'm gonna write them. Whoops, not right directly on top of this, though. Hang on. New layer. Final girl. Akita horror reference for sure, but I guess Final Girl kind of already gives us that. Battered and bloody, but not broken. Okay, so battered. Anything else I missed there? Survivor. Okay, I think that was all the elements that I needed there. Not a Shiba Inu. No, not a Shiba. Akita. Which, the color, I think makes sense of that. The hair color, I think, works that out. Yuhei Lily, thank you for following. Akitas fight bears, I've heard. Yes. They are quite intense, potentially. Silent Hill mentioned. Is she a reference to the dog ending? I don't know. I may have to call Jubby in here for Silent Hill purposes, because unfortunately, I'm a wimp. I don't really know very much about horror, and Jubby may be a better resource to us in that reference. My partner is also an art teacher who is living in this house with me and is here currently, and I may have to snag them. But so I may miss things that are particularly references to Silent Hill. I've watched Jubby play all of like an hour of Silent Hill 2. Just in general, I've taken general inspiration. Okay, I see. Noted. Okay, so as far as concept goes, visually, we're getting the Akita angle. I definitely get the dog angle. Curling the tail onto the hip and feeling very strongly about that being preserved, I am all for, because I think that is one of the defining traits of this breed. Having the darker part of the hair framing your face is doing a lot of good things for making the face really focal. And it's also sort of reminiscent of the fur pattern of the Akita. Similarly, by having sort of the fluffy part of your jacket reminiscent of the fur that's sort of around the shoulder region. But I wonder if, it seems like, I don't know if all Akitas have this specific patterning. I should just do a Google fast quick. But having sort of that multiple colored fur coming in from like the back edge of the fluff that's back here might also help push us in that direction to reading the dog correctly, because I will say I did have a split-second thought looking at you, wondering if you were a cat because of how rounded the ears are. And I hate that that's all it takes, but in simplified media, like anime styles and VTubing and stuff like that, it can come down to such little things, potentially. Different colors. This one's called a Pinto. All right, let me look up a Pinto Akita. Okay. So I may suggest bringing some of these like more brown tones into the back of this fluff. Go for a multiply layer here and see. Where I'll turn it down. But then if it feels like this is fur that has coloration to it, that is patterned in a way that references something real, we may be inclined to. That might push us further away from cat potentially, because we don't usually see these sorts of shapes on cats. But similarly, I think we might just need to change your ear shape a little bit. Whereas I'm looking at these Pinto Akitas, their ears are rounded at the top, but I think they're taller. Let me copy and paste this. Woo. Yeah. Ears are a little bit taller, and they kind of almost like arc in. I'm so sorry. In the classic me sense, I gotta go like that now since I goofed it up. Bye! Leave the eyes intact at least. But ears a little bit taller, and if we arc them in a little bit, they'll read more dog-like. We've kind of discovered that previously, historically, before. Where this feels a little bit more like a dog than it does like a cat. It might just be subtle things. Might be American Akita or Japanese. Akita have different colors, Pinto. Dog ears are also thicker, more dense than cats. Potentially they can be. I think also, as I'm looking at these Pintos, they have a lot more fur that's coming in from the outside of the ear as well. Where they seem to be a little bit like fluffier in this region. And closing the ear around the side of the head like that might also feel a little bit more dog-like. But I think that might be a step in the right direction as far as the subtlety goes, of making sure that dog is what we're reading in that manner. Hello, Squiiji. Is that cat girl Manuela from Fire Emblem Three Houses? Not quite. Manuela does have a really good, what is the word I'm looking for? Frick butt bob, as we may call it here in the family-friendly shroom state. I love me a good bob. I'm a bob haver as well. But yeah, so ear shape, it really comes down to subtlety sometimes and is really, it can be really specific, but that's, if we cover this other ear, that's really pushing dog a lot more. The tail being curled around the hip I think is good. As much as I do lament the tail not adding to silhouette, I think it makes sense. The shoes sort of forming into paws I think are also good because they feel more dog-like than cat-like as paws because you've squared them off. I feel like we read cat paws from paws that are more rounded and smooth and soft. That adds a little more of an edge. I'm seeing the elements of survival. I like your giant chest scar, but I almost wish, since you're referencing those elements that are a little bit freakier, like this scar feels really hardcore because we're seeing like that unhealed flesh between it. And right now this feels very clean in a way where like if you want to go the horror angle, give me more. Like, make this wound more worrisome to us, even though it is closed up. Like, this is really smooth the way those lines are cut. If you look at this, do you see how everything has like a wobble to it? Whoop, I can get the blue. It's got this like wobble, and that's what makes it feel uncanny and uncomfortable. And I feel like we could use that here too, where these scars are so perfect. They're so symmetrical. And this is like right down the center line of the body. But I feel like we'd be better served if like, you know, it had that like little bit of wobble to it. The person who's cutting you open for whatever their evil may be, the thing that you would to survive, they're not taking their time. They're not lining it up. We put it more off center, make it a little bit more grotesque also potentially. Those might all be good things, and you can still have your little like staples across it, like a warmer color inside of it. But that'll add a little bit more of that nature. Jacket and survival aspect really makes sense for American Akita. They're quite big and typically protection for dogs. Yes, and also I'm seeing, what is her name? In Silent Hill 3? Is her name Heather? Is that it? Is that her name? Yeah, the orange? Something about that particular orange feels referential to her almost to me. And the fact that you have like a high-necked, like a high collar. Oh, has Joby been summoned? I'm talking about Silent Hill. The door opened really loudly. They were not. But yeah, survival aspect I think works well in reference to that. Yeah, the orange is exactly that. Bet, I see it. I see it, it works. Also, the little bit of survival angle, slightly tactical clothing, makes sense. I feel like that's kind of classic for horror-themed things. I'm picking that up. Wow, I'm surprising myself that I picked that one up. I usually don't quite know. Do you have a particular survival weapon also? Because I feel like that would also help us reading the survival element as well, where when I'm thinking about horror, you know, your final girl, is she escaping by her wits? Is she escaping by speed? Is she escaping by the fact that she's an Akita? Rip their freaking throats out. Meant to be an axe. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, I see. Because I'm wondering about like the dog-like elements here, where I'm thinking about like, you know, bear collars as something that relates to dog survival. And you know, this is a type of animal that fights a bear, having an axe, but if the axe feels like dog's teeth or like a dog's jaw, that might be very interesting and very intense. Basically didn't have a weapon but needed fan emojis. Ah, classic, okay. I would push you to think about a character weapon. Often we will associate, you know, the survivor with whatever gets them out of that circumstance in any way. I feel like, I don't even know if, like, in Resident Evil and Silent Hill, I feel like everybody ends up with like guns or like there's like crowbars and stuff like that, but you know, the Pyramid Head has this crazy sword, but something that relates in that manner and shows us how she survived. Having mentioned the bear collar, I feel like that might be something very interesting to do with this area of the neck, where you have this interesting collar already, but if it had the, how do bear collars work? They're the ones that are, I don't know if I'll draw this properly, but like they're shaped like, nope, that's the color white, which doesn't help me when I draw on a white background, but they're shaped like this, where they have these like funny, I don't even know if I'm gonna draw it correctly, but like they're sort of like squared off and they come to sharp points, and like they're like chain linked to each other. right? Where that might be kind of interesting in the collar area, if I knew how to draw it properly. Let me Google it. I just was saying about how I adjacently have aphantasia. Like prong collars? Yeah, what do you call that? Is that not what they're called? Bear collar? Nope, these are just collars with bears on them. Prong collar. Let's try prong collar and see if that works. Oh, but no, prong collars, but that's facing in. I want the collars that defend dogs from bears. What are those? That's not a prong collar, but flipped outwards. Yeah, what? Collar to protect dog neck. Google save me, please. I've seen them before. No, none of these are it. I've seen it on like those spiked collars. Is it a coyote collar? Is that what it is? I've seen them on big dogs where they're, whoa, these are kind of maniacal. These are crazy. That's not it either. I'm losing it. Wolf collar? Maybe that's what it is? All it is it's a bunch of pieces of metal. Yeah, wait, hang on. This is what I'm thinking of. Get this guy in here. Yeah. These kinds of things where it's like these big giant metal spikes that almost feel like nails in the collar. Might be the same. Yeah. That is what I'm looking for. Wolf collar was what pulled up the correct results. Yeah, this is the particular one I was thinking of. Where we can see the gap between it where the skin is, but do you see, like, they're so aggressive and metallic, and I feel like they fit the aesthetic of horror very well. Yeah, is it a livestock dog collar? Potentially? Like, even if this was like a bracelet, I feel like this would be good as a reference to both the dog angle, and it feels kind of gnarly, like the horror element. Whoops, this is your old design. I can close that. I don't think we need it open. But I feel like that might be neat. Don't put it on your leg, because then your leg will hit your body, and that would be not helpful. But that could be an interesting thing to do with this collar area here around the neck, where right now it feels a little bit non-specific, just a regular buckle. Whereas we could have really crazy, intense, sharp collar where we can see like the skin of your neck underneath or something. I feel like that would be very neat, very intense. Or even like if it was like around the arm or something, you have things tied around the leg with the bandana. It could be around the leg, just make sure there's not ones pointing inward, but it could be neat. And yeah, the barbed wire angle could also be neat too. But that's sort of the association I have with those horror games in that genre, is that like, ooh, that intense metal. That metal that is dark metal. It's kind of loosely wrought. It's not super refined. And I feel like that would also be good for like the belts or other aspects too here, where you've got your buckles. If they're a little bit more dinged up, that could be good. But I think the clothing already is dinged up quite well to the degree that I like it being. I like things nice dirtied up. What have we not mentioned? We're mostly talking concept. Let me... Color? The orange makes sense. I will say, unfortunately, with where the orange is currently located, it is taking us away from your face, because the orange is on the undersides of the sleeves, and the orange is in the greatest quantity just around the one leg. So there may be cause for you to find some angle to bring the orange back in the face. Or alternatively, I see that you are going for like the really bright blue eyes with the flecks of brown or red in them to be a reference to the Akita, so I don't want to change that, but the face doesn't really have anything that's making it grab your attention, where the orange is grabbing my attention because it's bright and saturated, and it's mostly down here. The level of detail around the hips is grabbing my attention. The face is less detailed, but there's other areas that are similar in level of detail as the face is. Let me see. We can do our classic sweeping gradient, but I feel like that orange is gonna have to come back somewhere around the face in order to make it A, less important down here around the legs, but secondarily, so that we're not losing all of it in the face. I don't know how you would feel about eyeshadow or any kind of like makeup, but that could probably be the best way of getting the orange into the face. Where I feel like that's almost one of the things that I also associate with a lot of, at least in horror movies for Final Girl, is they get that like runny makeup thing happening where their makeup is a little bit disturbed by the circumstances they've been within. And having more of the black in the face of like, yeah, eye bags or something like that could push in that direction. A little bit of orange I think is helping. Let me try a little bit under the eye as well. But I also want to see if just trying the classic like runny mascara thing could be good for it. Because then that's also an opportunity for asymmetry in the face. Because I think the other reason why the rest of the body is so much more focal too is because the hair, other than your little sprout, wait, you really are just like me for real. We got the same frick bottom, frick butt bob going on. Bangs pulled back and everything. Forehead for days, little triangle eyebrows. But the trouble is just that there's so much more detail in other places, and the head is so completely symmetrical, whereas everything else is asymmetrical. It's just not standing out in terms of level of detail or color. What was I doing? I was getting something. Oh, I wanted to just try, hang on, I'm not gonna do it full opacity, but just like try, just for the sake of getting a little bit of asymmetry in here, a little bit of like screwed up makeup here. Where like it could be like real like streaking down the face maybe. Not full opacity, but then I make that even more, we could be brought into the face. I might just darken some of this makeup as well and see if that adds a little bit of contrast in a way that helps. Maybe a little smoky eye. Orange eyeshadow is nice. Yeah, I think the orange eyeshadow is gonna be a good part of the solution. I could go more exaggerated with it on the under eye as well now that I'm making more of this. Let's see. Your scar also, I feel like could be one of the things that could assist us here as well. Where if the scar was a little bit more gruesome, right now it feels like it's very well healed over, you know, battered and broken and all of that, but, you know, survived nonetheless. Emerged, yeah. Emerged last survivor. How long ago was the event you survived is my question, because I feel like the face could be even more focal if like this was even like, not to say like nastier, but like feels a little bit fresher as a wound perhaps. So then there's more red in the face, which might draw us in. I just need to exaggerate more in general the things I'm doing right now, but I think we're getting some steps in the right direction. Nasty is a good description, yet like go a little nastier. And don't, this looks like it's a live 2D model right now. I pray. I know that it probably costs more and I'm so sorry. Don't be completely symmetrical in your hair. I know that it saves time for the rigging, but it removes a lot of the naturalness that the hair gives, removes the variety. And I think that's part of what's working against us right now also for the hair not being focal. We're like, even if these little tufts aren't completely symmetrical left to right, that can go a long way as far as just loosening things up, like things curly into the face. You could even have like bigger, darker pieces coming down that are bigger on one side or something. But I think we just need more of that in the face because it'll make the face feel more detailed also if we have the hair existing with more variety. Rigging asymmetrical hair isn't that bad. Hair is mostly just physics anyway. Ah, if that is the case, then I'm going to be even harsher about that in the future. Usually I had assumed that the reason why so many designs are so symmetrical in the hair is because it's easier for rigging, but I bet it's just faster for drawing. Don't slack. Don't be slackers. Push your artists. Push your artists to commit to more detail in the hair and less symmetry in the hair. Smudge it like she wiped her cheek to clear the tears away, end up smudging the mascara. Yeah, like we could like really like smudge this across the face. I don't know what layer this is on. What have I been doing here? Grosser, nastier. Rigging asymmetrical ears, eyes, and so forth is where it's tricky. Ah, I see. Easier to draw. Just duplicate the layers. Ah, I see. Yeah, grosser. More gross in the face. That's like the biggest critique people have for like people who survive the girls in horror movies or the survivors too, is that they like aren't icky enough a lot of the time. They don't get gross enough. I want to see that you've been going through it. Potentially. So I think that's helping us. Let me do my classic attempt of sweeping gradient in the leg region. You're attached to your background, but hang on, wait. I can do this. Yeah, that actually worked pretty well. Invert that. This will be important potentially when we get to when your artist is getting into that rigging area. Let me erase, that's a little too much. There we go. By pushing back the orange of the legs, it'll make the face a little bit more important, but I still feel like we're gonna need to get more of that orange around the head. And I'm not sure what way I would suggest that right now. What horror elements could come in around the face? Because blood will be very focal, but that's gonna be a TOS nightmare. Wounds that are just a little bit icky will be fine. Dirty smudges. So the trouble right now is that if we add dirt and smudges, that is going into the category of contrast for the focal point. Right now, the face is already doing a lot to try and use contrast to make it focal. It's being outcompeted by detail and by color. Danganronpa style censor by making it bright orange. You know, you could. That is true, potentially. Some kind of bandana. That was one of the things I was thinking, is some kind of bandana. The hair's already pulled back. But would it be crazy to have... You already have a big old forehead on display. Why is this so big? Please don't be. Some kind of bandana tied under the hair that's orange. We could even make it more saturated than it is in the other parts of the design. But if you had a bandana tied across the forehead, in some way we could have it tied asymmetrically, and then maybe we can see it like poking out, you know, on one side of the head or something. Doesn't have to be symmetrical, but then that feels tactical. That feels like it makes sense for survival. And then that brings the orange up to the face, brings a little bit of detail up to the face. There could be a pattern on it as well, maybe. Knowledge, bright orange outlines around the lashes. Maybe also, yeah, these are a lot of potentially good suggestions for it, but generally, just need more around the face. Honestly, I'm not opposed to that. That I think is helping. The brighter orange for the makeup might also be good too. Let me bring back some of the stuff that was happening in here. There we go. I think that's a step in the right direction. Smudge it, make it more dirty, true. Highlights in the hair orange, that's true. We could add a little bit of the orange to the hair. Also just in the undertone. And this might be a rendering thing, but honestly also, like the chest feels like it's fully rendered. The hair does not feel like it's fully rendered yet. But if you just add more like subtle color undertones in the hair, like if there's like, see there's like a purple happening in here around the face that isn't anywhere else. That's just part of the way that the hair is rendered. That adds a little bit of subtle detail. Honestly, I went too subtle. I could go a little bit more bold with it. But there's just a lot of little tricks we could potentially use to bring us up here a little bit more. Make it even more blue, maybe. Some places where it'll still feel like a brown, but because we're shading it with other colors that are cooler in the palette, they're not appearing in other places, it can help. I feel like that feels more detailed, even though we didn't add more detail inherently. We're just changing the colors of them. Touch hair's faster. Battle Girl and the Terrifier came out with a messed up face. Dear God, that face was unsettling. I would say this isn't as unsettling as it could be, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Can't have a bandana. We need to see her big, beautiful 5 head. Notice, I hide what I just did. I did not remove any amount of 5 head from you. I covered hair. Don't worry. I would not take 5 head from you. I know how important that is. I am, as a 5 head haver, I know it's important. So, face, a little bit more focal now. I think it just needed more detail. Important fellow 5 head havers. Yeah, I salute to you. 5 head looks bigger with the bandana? It does, because now you don't know where the hairline is, huh? So run Doom on it. Yeah! Run Doom on your forehead. Good. Okay, hang on. So what did we not discuss here? Focal point needs a little bit of work. I feel like we could grossify things a little bit more with more smeared dirt in places potentially. But the outfit itself, I think, works well. The asymmetry, I think, feels very natural. Is there anything I missed? Let me see. I'm gonna start grading. For concept, I think the ears needed a little bit of tweaking to feel properly dog-like. And I feel like we could have more subtle dog references, potentially, in the collar I'd mentioned, stuff like that. But you're pretty close. For focal points, the shin is fully outcompeting the rest, unfortunately, but we talked through some ways we could manage that. Complexity versus clarity, I think you have the right level of detail where you would turn into a marketable plush probably pretty easily and efficiently. So I'm not too worried about that. And I think you have enough details where your clothing feels specific to you. I see the references to Silent Hill and other things. It's well designed. I think that works out. For silhouette, you have a decent amount of asymmetry and it feels very natural to me. Let me do a ladder test here. Whoops, not there. Here. Ladder test. I feel like I solid snakeified you just a little bit also. I am going to be incapable of looking at somebody with a bandana around their head in anything mildly tactical or green colored and not being like, oh, snake! Let's use blue for this so I can actually see. Actually, purple for my ladder. There we go. The paws almost read a little bit like teeth right now, so I may also caution you that for the artist to make a little bit of modification for that. Okay, this belt is adding a little bit of diagonal. Sleeve. Top of the pants. You've got your little wound there. This sort of gray area under bust. Top of your shirt. Shoulders. Top of this is forming an angle. Your chin and your hair. I have to sneeze. Help. Hang on. Nope, don't sneeze. E.g., it's not worth it. Don't sneeze. You don't need to sneeze right now. You're gonna stay focused, and you're not going to sneeze. Eyes. Surprisingly, in a very funny manner that I almost never get to see in VTubers, your eyebrows are a visual line of separation. And I'm so happy about it because I feel like so much of the expressiveness of people and, you know, just facial expressions comes from eyebrows. And for VTubers, they're always so hidden. They're so tucked under the hair. And even if they're not, they're usually so thin. So I do have to commend you on having A, shaped eyebrows, B, dark eyebrows, C, totally unobscured eyebrows. These are good moves. So I do give you props for that. Top of the ears, and then this is like ever so slightly higher. Whoopsie, hang on. Try again. What? There we go. Yeah, powerful. Sneeze for the clip, no pressure? No. I may still sneeze, but you will have no warning. You will have no preparation for me sneezing. I think I got rid of it though. Okay, Shrewmates. Ladders. Oog. Burn. That hurts. Yeah, ow. Yep. Oof, ouch. Bone hurt juice. The ladder itself. Ow. Yeah. Classic in any kind of design where you're a little bit, you've gone through it, any kind of design that's a little bit grungier, a little bit dirtier, a little bit of suffering entailed, a little bit of chaos. Always gonna have good ladders, I feel like. I'm protecting myself right now, but I do agree. Dangerous ladder. This is quite frankly impossible. This is an ankle breaker. The ladder's lost the plot. Interesting. Passes. Passes in the sense that it is so dangerous I don't want to touch it or climb it. What is the ladder test? The ladder test is a test where we draw a horizontal or like diagonal line anywhere that there is a major point of change as far as contrast or shape or form or color goes in a design. And the goal is that we want to have a ladder that we've drawn at the end of it that it looks completely and totally unclimbable. If we had a rung placed for a visual change that went all the way across continuously, all flat, similarly spaced apart, designs feel kind of stiff and stagnant. They feel a little bit uninteresting. So we want our ladders to have a lot of variety. Like this has, we want them to have lines that are at an angle. Honestly, this should have been drawn at an angle. Ooh, thank you for the rotation of my neck. Yeah, so ladder passes. I would say this is a very good, strong ladder. Thank you for the continuing dangerous ladders also. And for breaking my neck just a little bit. Let me turn these back on. But I think that was everything. I think we talked about everything that I had here. So silhouette passes for me. The only thing I might have is a classic me request is you've got visual weight around the middle of your body from your big fluffy collar. I almost feel like I want that fluff to come back down in the shoes. And this is just a Squiiji suggestion. This is just a me suggestion. Big shoe. I feel like those boots could be stompier. I feel like they could be a little more exaggerated. This might be my bias coming into play of I tend to be a big shoe enjoyer, so I've acknowledged it. You don't have to do that. But if you were feeling any inkling of wanting stompier boots, I say go for it. These also feel a little bit like teeth right now, so you may be careful about that and add a little bit of like a fur texture to them around the edges. Funny, because I've made the shoes bigger. Make the shoes bigger, please. They seem bigger here a little bit in terms of being wider. I feel like they could be even bigger. Oh, I always want exaggeration though, so people don't have to do it when I'm hardcore asking for it, but silhouette, you pass. And then color palette, it works. I think the combo of the green giving us sort of the survival level, plus the orange being a specific reference to Silent Hill, feels survivalist, mostly neutral, decent color palette. Green and orange are always a good color combo. Blue in the eyes, if it was brighter, would make the eyes more focal, but that's not too bad. And I would suggest making sure there's some interesting color depth in your hair, where I was adding brighter oranges, some purples and blues to the shading. But the color design itself is fine. The palette is a-okay. And you were on the thumbnail before, but I think if you would have submitted this to me as it is also now, you also still would have been on the fridge. Your design is very cute. So, what do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5? Out of 10. Did I math that right? I think I did. I think that was correct. Oops, that's not the color I wanted for that, but yeah. Fifth design? Oh, it is, and it's 6 o'clock and I need to hang out with my Joby. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what are the chances of this? We did not get through 6 today. The final one was not a super pressing one for us to get through potentially, because it wasn't for a shroomate who particularly donated, so an individual shroomate. It was for Edward, but we already critiqued 3 for Edward technically. So yeah. Can we get a round of applause here for Hera? Go work! Also, I'm so happy for you that you are more comfortable in this design. This design to me, I feel like is better fleshed out than your other one was as well. It feels more like you knew what direction you wanted, which would make sense after having spent some time streaming, getting into, VTubing and all of that. You know who you are now on the other side of starting it, so you're more inclined to be able to, get the design you want now. You're better equipped. So, yeah. Go work! Exactly what this is. Yeah, I think this is an upgrade from your previous in most ways. I will say I'm a sucker for redheads in design because it's really good for focal point. I think that's the only edge that had over this one, but I feel like the clothing is more solved here. The concept is much clearer to me here. Good work. Good work! However, it is 6 p.m. and it's a Tuesday, which is a weird day for me to be live. I need to go hang out with my Joby and also eat and also hang out and do things like also work on production work. So, don't hate me, shroommates, but the gamba. So, we did have one more. Don't hate me, but I think you're all losing your money. I think most of you lost. Those of you who bet against the house, you made the right move. The non-believers were right, as they, for some reason, have been mostly. Yeah, final girl and final crit for the day, yeah. The non-believers won. We had one more design to get through that we did not. There goes 13,000? Oh my god, Zany! Did you bet 13,000 points? I admire your faith in me. But whoa! That's crazy! I gave 1K to help others, instead I've helped myself. Oh my god. How many points did you guys get? Those of you who bet against me. There's 10 of you who probably got so many points. That's crazy. 3.8K? Oh my word. 43K? Oh my god, Selma, you got 43,000? Whoa. That is crazy, Dio. I did accidentally goof that up. I did goof it up. That's okay though. Only 5. Listen. I was rusty, and that's why. Cotton just skipped the line with the winnings? Oh my god, Cotton! 3.8k enough to redeem, skip the queue? Oh my god, hang on. Okay, Cotton, I will write you down. I have to end stream, so I can't do it right now. But Cotton, you were written down. Yeah, there we go. You're written down. We'll start with you next week. And then we'll do the other design we didn't get to as well. Not ready right now anyhow? Ah, okay, bet. That's fair. But at least now you know you have the freedom to use your points however you like. Whenever you want to redeem your skip the line, we're ready for you. Go for it. Yeah, gambled small, won big. Get to have your critique now. Congrats. Also, thank you. The fact that you made it all the way to only 3.8k away from that many channel points. Also, thank you again for that. That's crazy. First skip the line? No, I think that's our 3rd skip the line actually. Rex had a skip the line, and who else had a skip the line? Someone else used it. I can't think of who else it was off the top of my head though. But Rex used skip the line. There was a couple. Made it to the podium. Yeah, it's a very select few of them. Yeah, the astronaut. Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, who was it? Who was that? Who was the astronaut who we looked at also? I could probably pull them up right here, right now. The problem is that in the last 3 weeks, because I've done nothing but critiques, I've jumbled so many names and designs. I don't know who's who right now anymore. Usually I manage to remember people's names pretty well if we've critiqued their design. But because we've done so many recently, I kind of lost it. I don't know if I have them all. I thought it was Dono Skips. No, well, I think Rex donated, and I think that person might have also donated. Was that Absatudalupsi who had donated and we skipped the line? I think it might be that. Yeah. Haven't used it by 55k points. I'm waiting. Oh my god, you're so close. So close. Not Aphrodite? No, we have never critiqued Aphrodite. I don't even know. Has Aphrodite submitted to the critique? I don't even know if they have. Parakita. Oh, this is the wrong folder to save this in also. Let me put this in the correct folder. Parakita. There we go. Save that. It's a new format. Bam. Yeah. Gotta check in Cinda's Google Doc. That's true. That's true. We could. Astro was ages ago. Oh, maybe. Do you like drawing? I do. I am a digital artist as part of my career. Yeah. Able to afford it, but gambled it away because I want to redo my design first. Ah, but see, you keep watching, you'll have time. By the time you finish it, it may be solved. Is it an echo? There should not be an echo. Streammates, if there's been an echo this entire stream and no one told me, I'm gonna cry. There shouldn't be. There should be no reason for an echo, potentially. No? Okay. Bet. So, right now, it's time for me to go hang with my Joby. Thank you guys for hanging out. Also, Lixie, thank you for following. I missed you there for a second. But, yeah, I will drink water, I will drink my boba, I will stretch, and I will eat and refresh and do all those things. But thank you all for coming here today. I'm glad to be back. It was weird not streaming for a week and a day. So odd. It'll be even odder next week when I don't again, but we'll be here today. Join me on Thursday. We are going to rescue Incinda from being scammed on a 3D model. We are going to be doing some speed Vroid modeling and then maybe some speed Blender modifying of that model. Or Incinda live on stream. I'll teach you all how to use Vroid. It's a very powerful tool, and we will see. But thank you all for coming here today. I see YouTube already said stream you later. So we will find someone to raid. YouTube, I can't raid anyone, unfortunately, but thank you guys for coming. I will shroom you later, YouTube shroommates. I will see you on Thursday in just 2 days. Why? Let me also